Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Wuhandian paid this price, only 1,000 more. The theatergoers all looked disappointed, thinking that there would be some good show point, but it's almost the same. Although this is the self-created soul skill of ancient soul Douluo, it has too many drawbacks and shortcomings. Do you want to add 1,000 more to the customer's quota? The buyer asked in the royal VIP room. ZHU Zuan said, the other party is testing us, and I feel that the other party should have reached a peak state of mind soon, and the estimate of the self-created soul skills of this ancient soul Douluo is almost the same. I want 410,000 gold soul coins. Even though he knew it was a test, Davis still spoke. Do you still want the Holy Sun too? Huang Wei shook his head. No, it belongs to us and cannot be escaped. Why spend money when you can get it for free? He said calmly. As for the facade of Wuhan Palace, it is just a lie. Yes, it can't be run away, and no, it can't be held. In fact, he didn't take it that seriously. Yes, everyone nodded. If the Holy Sun didn't mind, then they wouldn't mind either. What's more, they also understood the implication of Huang Wei. The Holy Sun point. The Holy Sun is planning to use another method. TSK point. It's not good to offend anyone, but you have to offend the Holy Sun, the Xingluo royal family. Now you are in trouble. J. Pumili followed Huang Wei for the longest time and got to know the other person's character. Lina and the other two were also unhappy with each other. There was silence on the side. Soon, Davis bought the first item at a high price of 410,000 gold soul coins. In a sense, it means that the Xingluo royal family is better than the Wuhan Palace. Many people who were dissatisfied with Wuhan Palace burst into laughter when they saw that Wuhan Palace was defeated at the hands of Crossing Luo. But they had no idea that something big was about to happen. The end of this big thing will let them know what their own strength is. Davis, who got the first item, felt a little distressed after spending so much money. But when he got the experience of his own soul skills from ancient Contrap, he was instantly excited and beaming. Fortunately, he did not bear the money alone, but together with ZHU Zuan. The two families transcribed it and can read it at any time. After excitedly opening the book, I read the contents above and found that they were very old and incomplete. The writing on it was still a kind of writing that they couldn't understand. Davis and ZHU Zuan stared. Good guys, what are these things? What kind of talismans are they? I can't understand it at all. I feel cheated. And he was seriously cheated. 410,000 gold soul coins were used to take pictures of this nonsense. Now they also understand why Langsing auction doesn't keep such a good thing. Davis was so angry that he threw the old notebook aside and shouted angrily, you bastard. What a piece of bullshit. The first half is not the second half. And I don't even know what the word is. I seriously doubt this is fake. Damn it, fool us. But because of face reasons, naturally I can't say it out loud. What's the point of losing face like this? So he interrupted QIU how to settle accounts, but ZHU Zuan picked it up and looked at it carefully. Although I couldn't understand it, I still flipped through it one by one. The content above does not seem to be written randomly. Although it is messy and incomprehensible, you can read an inexplicable pattern in it. ZHU Zuan said, perhaps this is not a lie, but a real experience. If you don't take it for yourself at the auction, it must be because it takes a long time and complicated work to translate these words, so you put it up for auction. In other words, as long as we take it back and let the civil servants translate it properly and give them time, once we decipher it, we will gain real great knowledge. The angry Davis was stunned. He took it over and calmed down and looked at it carefully. It really smelled like that. I hope so. Davis put it into the soul guide. Look at the second auction item below. It was a large purple snake, imprisoned in an oversized cage. and locked with various chains. Everyone was shocked by this scene. People with high cultivation levels can feel the aura of the 10,000-year-old soul beast from this weak purple snake. This big snake has many spines as sharp as blades and has a purple pill-shaped spiral pattern. Purple blade snake pill, everyone exclaimed. And it's still at the 10,000-year level, at least 20,000 years, everyone became excited. A 10,000-year soul beast represents a 10,000-year soul ring. There is someone present who can just absorb the new soul ring. In addition, it can be bought back and kept for one's descendants. It is also a good soul ring choice, as everyone has guessed, this is a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and it is also the purple blade snake pill that has just turned 20,000 years old. Moreover, it is quite special. Although its strength is only 20,000 years old, with its own powerful strength it can compete with spirit beasts that are 30,000 or even 40,000 years old, and our people spent a huge price and lives trying to capture him. As long as you take a picture of it, our people will help the person who takes the picture kill the snake. As for the mental strength, you have to deal with it yourself, the person in charge explained. Everyone listened carefully. The blood boils. In the room, Huang Wei looked at Ziyu beside him and said, Ziyu, this soul beast is suitable for your 6th soul ring. Who? Lena and others also nodded. Yes, this soul beast is very suitable for you. Then choose it. Ziyu was also very satisfied with the purple blade snake pill point, so the person in charge below has already made a bid, and the starting price is also 100,000 gold soul coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 1,000 gold soul coins, almost the same as the first one. The whole audience started shouting, but not everyone shouted, but some people who needed it were more aggressive. Soon the price was raised to 500,000 gold soul coins. During the bidding process, the leader of the Fengjian sect sent someone over to express condolences to Huang Wei and ask if he could help take the photo together. Huang Wei needed it, but he didn't need the other party to take pictures. Huang Wei said, our Wuhan palace has to decide on this second item. Even if Jesus comes, there will be no reason to explain it. There will be no concessions this time. Next up is the royals, with Davis once again making his appearance. Price shouting began in the room. Just added 50,000 gold soul coins as usual. The price was instantly raised to 550,000 gold soul coins. Huang Wei was not in a hurry to bid, but waited for the last moment to surprise the other party and catch them off guard. 550,000 gold soul coins are really beyond the reach of ordinary people. So many people present shut their mouths. In fact, Davis was also a little heartbroken. If it were really photographed, the total amount would be close to 1 million gold soul coins. The Xingluo royal family only gave him 1.2 million gold soul coins, and he would not get any more than 1 point. Suddenly he regretted it, because he didn't want it anymore. So now we can only hope that Wu Hundian can get involved, and he promises not to raise prices, save the money for the later for a person of his status. As long as he reaches a level, he is not afraid of losing his soul ring. Therefore, spending 550,000 gold soul coins to buy a 20,000-year-old stuff soul ring is not worth it to him. Chapter 161 Black Gold Knife. The price of the purple blade snake pill was fixed at 550,000 gold soul coins. Some people who need it don't dare to increase the price because they are afraid of the Xingluo royal family. Some people don't have enough money, or it's not worth it. They all thought that this second auction item was taken by the Xingluo royal family again. In the royal VIP room, Davis looked a little anxious, because he knew it wasn't worth it, and no one on their side needed to absorb the soul ring. He also knew that the other people who wanted it did not dare to snatch it because of his royal status, so he turned his attention to the VIP room of Wuhan Palace. I hope the other party can take over this mess. But they were really lucky. There happened to be someone in Wuhan Palace who needed to absorb new soul rings. So Huang Wei directly asked him to bid for 551,000 gold soul coins. Only 1,000 was added. If the other party still raises the price, then don't take it. Anyway, you can go hunting in the forest when the time comes. However, this thing is very compatible with ZU's martial spirit point. As long as money can solve anything, it's easy to handle. What's more, sooner or later the mainland will be unified, and all the money will go to the Spirit Empire. At that time, the copper soul coins, silver soul coins, and gold soul coins will be abolished. Directly unified management. A new one called Wuhan coin. There is an amount on the Wuhan coin, and there are also Wuhan coins in the shape of paper money. The maximum value is 100 tickets. Huang Wei has already thought about these things long ago. People can use their old coins, copper soul coins, silver soul coins, gold soul coins, to exchange for martial soul coins in proportion. As for the collected old coins, they are melted separately according to copper, silver and gold, and made into other things, such as jewelry with high value retention rate. Great. Someone finally took over. The Wuhan Palace is quite useful sometimes. In the Xingluo royal family, after Davis heard about Wuhan Palace's increase in price, he didn't feel anything, because the other party only increased the price by 1,000. Instead, he breathed much easier and the pressure in his heart was gone. Show a gorgeous smile. He picked up the red wine glass on the table beside him, brought it to his lips, took a sip, and showed a satisfied smile. The wine tasted even better. Zhu Zuan nodded with satisfaction. Well, the Wuhan Palace is indeed useful in dealing with our troubles. The whole place fell silent. Wuhan Palace actually only added 1,000 gold soul coins, the same as before. Are you deliberately disgusting the Star Luo Empire? But they didn't know that the Xingluo royal family didn't care at all. To them, these were just trivial matters at this moment. Some local people saw that the royal family was not taking any action, and they were suddenly ready to take action. However, after careful consideration, I simply gave up the idea of competing. This looks like an auction, but it is actually a human affair. Chapter 127. It is indeed a very inappropriate behavior to offend a spirit all for the sake of a 10,000-year soul beast that can be obtained without spending such a huge price point. Although the 10,000-year soul beast does not necessarily have to be the purple blade snake pill, as long as it is suitable. Thinking of this, those who were ready to make a move all thought about it. After all, some of them are actually quite inclined towards Wuhan Palace. Just like that, the whole place fell silent again. The person in charge felt greatly disappointed when he saw that the final price was only 551,000 gold soul coins. But there is no other way. If no one raises the price, the transaction can only be made at this price. I originally wanted to make a lot of money with this 20,000-year-old purple blade snake pill. In this case, he can get more commission. Congratulations to Wuhan Palace for bidding 551,000 gold soul coins on the second item in this sale, the purple blade snake pill. The person in charge shouted loudly. The next second after the red cloth was covered, someone began to move the cage and leave. At the same time, in the VIP room, someone also approached Huang Wei and others respectfully come and withdraw money. Huang Wei nodded, and after opening the box, Jade Pomelo asked the other party to take it by himself. That soul beast is already in the background. I wonder when they will absorb it. We can cooperate in hunting. After withdrawing the money, he asked. Huang Wei looked at Ziyu aside and said, Ziyu, just follow them. Yes, Holy Sun. Ziyu nodded, now very excited and looking forward to it. As long as the absorption is successful, he will be the true Soul Emperor. After hearing the other party's name, the man's eyes suddenly shrank. Sun. The Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. After their eyes looked at the young man in front of them, they became even more respectful. Ziyu stood up and followed. Next, proceed to auction mitigation. It's the third lot. The staff has already served it. Place gently on the auction table. It was also covered with red cloth as usual. The person in charge opened it with his hands and revealed his true face. It turned out to be a large black sword with a golden center. The texture is very cool, and it exudes a terrifying intimidation. A long knife. Everyone was confused. However, it seems that this long knife is very unusual, otherwise it would never be qualified to be on today's table. Everyone felt that there was a strong aura emanating from this sword. Everyone has seen well. The third auction item this time is a long knife. However, this knife is not an ordinary long knife. It is made from the spine of a 10,000-year-old black gold earth lizard. It is extremely strong and can cut iron. It's like mud. There are even formation patterns on it, and it's a black gold sword at the level of a soul guide. Not only is it powerful, but it also has strong defense. It can withstand most attacks from Soul Emperor and below. The words of the person in charge reached everyone's ears like thunder, and they were extremely clear. As soon as this sword came out, many people lost interest after listening to the introduction. After all, who is able to be here, who is not a soul master, and who does not have his own martial soul? You still have to break it in after buying it. It's so big and bulky. Seeing that everyone was not very positive, the person in charge actually expected it. Although this is a soul guide forged from the spine of a 10,000-year-old soul beast point, but too bulky point as for putting it in the third place for auction. It was because the other party was made of the spine of a 10,000-year-old soul beast point in this aspect alone. The quality is very high point, but unfortunately, this is a world of martial arts wrong place point even so. Many people are interested in this black gold sword point, especially those with low cultivation level point. There are also some owners of beast spirits who are very powerful and can be used to kill and defend. It's also a life-saving treasure in a sense, Davis said. But he is more confident in his evil-eyed white tiger. No need for outside help. ZHU Zuan said, if you are interested, just take a photo. Damu Bei shook his head. Forget it. Use the remaining money on sharp edges. Holy son, do you need it? Jade Pomelu looked at Huang Wei and asked. Huang Wei shook his head. It's too bulky, and I don't want it. Do you want it? He turned to look at Hulina and others. Holy son, I want it. Yan spoke at this time. Without saying anything, Huang Wei nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll take a picture of it and give it to you if you want. Yan suddenly showed gratitude. For some reason, he just liked the knife in front of him. It's just a pity that it's not my own martial soul, so I can't show it in the continent-wide Soul Master Elite competition point. But it's not a big problem point. Chapter 162 Blood Spirit Oracle Bones. The auction of the black gold knife also starts at 100,000 gold soul coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 1,000 gold soul coins. As the person in charge's voice fell, full auction begins. 150,000 gold soul coins. A voice came out from the VIP room of Wuhan Palace. Wuhandian actually fell in love with this sword. The others murmured, if the other party likes it, then the chances of them getting it are slim. But some people still had the courage to ask for 160,000 gold soul coins. In the VIP room, Huang Wei narrowed his eyes, drank a glass of grape juice, and said with a smile, interesting, knowing that my Wuhan Palace has taken action, and has taken a liking to this thing. There are other forces that are also stepping into this muddy water. The buyer said next to Huang Wei. Many of the people below are from unknown forces, and they are so bold because they don't know. Huang Wei said, it doesn't matter. I'm not that stingy. The auction is for the highest bidder. If he has money, it doesn't matter if he auctions it off. I didn't expect Wuhan Palace to be interested in this sword, so naturally I can't get it easily for you. But just in case, we can't increase the price too high. If the other party doesn't want it anymore, he has to pay the bill. In the royal room, Davis pondered, planning to discuss the other party point, so he smiled sinisterly. In fact, they were also interested in this knife, but as long as the price was not too high, there would be no problem in getting it. After all, it is a soul guide that can withstand most attacks from the Soul Emperor and below. 200,000. Davis shouted directly. 300,000. Immediately following, there was a voice coming from the VIP room of Wuhan Palace. Hearing that the other party directly added 100,000, Davis was a little surprised. It seems that the other party is more optimistic than I expected. Let people continue to prepare funds. Huang Wei said to a person in charge of Wuhan Palace. It's the Holy Sun. The man responded and left immediately. Huang Wei looked at the box in front of him. The previous 550,000 was now only 4 to 500,000. He didn't know how many items there were, but one thing was certain, 1 million gold soul coins were really not enough. The things auctioned here cannot be bought outside, no matter how much money you have, because there is no supply. Would you like more? Davis said to himself. Zhu Zuan said, keep going, no matter what. This is made of the body part of a 10,000-year soul beast. It is very powerful and offensive. The spirit hall will definitely not stand idly by like this. Then, how much do you think we should add? Davis looked at his funds. I don't have much left. The first thing he took was the one with 790,000 gold soul coins left. Davis looked at the man on the side and said, Uncle Chen asked someone to go back and ask if they can help me with some more money. Uncle Chen shook his head. No, Your Highness. Your Majesty has ordered that, unless we encounter something of great use to the Empire or you, we will not provide you with more than 120,000 yuan. Isn't this black gold sword good enough? Davis suddenly became annoyed when he heard this, but he didn't dare to do anything to Uncle Chen in front of him, because the other party was on his side, one of his own, and he was also a peak soul saint. He couldn't let him down until he ascended the throne. Moreover, his father Daishian, who also put a lot of pressure on him. I saw Uncle Chen shaking his head. No, although it is cast using the spine of a 10,000-year soul beast, it still does not meet that standard. In that case, forget it. Davis said, displeased. There were still 790,000 gold soul coins left, and he couldn't spend them carelessly. After careful consideration, I decided not to bid. The scene fell into silence. In the end, Huang Wei bought the black gold sword for 300,000 yuan. When the black gold knife was brought, the man took out the money as usual, while Yan picked up the black gold knife excitedly. It was very generous. He loved it. The auction then continued. Soon as time passed, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and other items were all photographed. Those who obtain it also have other powers, because Wuhan Palace and Xingluo royal family are not interested. Strangely enough, items in the future are not more valuable. Chapter 128. The order here seems to be based on mood. If this continues, Huang Wei doubts that the good things will only be the first 3, right? The immediate aftermath was gone. Soon, when it came to the 10th item, the person in charge also spoke, saying that this was the last item in the auction and the highlight of the auction. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. After the red cloth was uncovered, a strong blood energy was revealed, which had a shocking and intimidating effect. It turned out to be a piece of armor. Armor? No. This is not armor, but a torso bone that looks like armor. It's a soul bone. They all know that this soul bone is definitely not simple. The whole place was excited, shouting and exclaiming. The last and 10th auction item this time is called the Blood Spirit Oracle Bone. It is a rare item that was exploded from the body of an 8,000-year-old blood exploding spirit ape. This is a melee burst type. It's very powerful. There is only one piece. Very rare. Miss this time. It is possible not once. The person in charge struck while the iron was hot, and the shouts and excitement spread throughout the hall. I didn't expect it to be a soul bone. Huang Wei's reaction was very dull. After all, he already has 2 soul bones. A piece of 100,000 years old, a piece of divine bone. So I'm not interested in these 8,000 years. But the others were very interested. Ulina, Yan, and Ziyu, who had just returned from absorbing the soul ring, were all excited. Huang Wei looked at them. He didn't use it, but they could. Uncle Chen, you can apply for this piece of soul bone. Now I only have 300,000 yuan left, which is definitely not enough. Damu Bei said excitedly. Zhu Zuan also shouted, no matter what, it must not be obtained by Wuhan Palace. Chen Boning nodded. 8,000 years of explosive close combat soul bones are of great value to Davis. If the opponent can install it, his strength and cultivation will greatly increase. Okay, I will go and apply to His Majesty right now. After saying that, he immediately turned and left. Davis showed a bright smile. Let's add it first. I believe my father will definitely agree. Zhu Zuan nodded with fiery eyes. She wants it too, but this one suits Davis best. Her ghost civet is for speed. It's a sensitive attack. But she doesn't dislike this soul bone either. So the scene entered a crazy bidding session point. This time everyone in the audience came to join in the fun. In an instant, the price was raised to 800,000 gold soul coins. Davis would never have been able to grab it before. But it's different now. Uncle Chen came back just now with the news he wanted. Point, give it a go and give it your full support. Point. So he directly bid for 1 million gold soul coins. Huang Wei also received 2 million gold soul coins newly prepared by Wuhan Palace. Point, take pictures first. If it's not enough, you can make plans later. So he directly bid for 2 million gold soul coins. A full 1 million gold soul coins were added directly. No one else would dare to think of this. 1 million gold soul coins are now 2 million. Point, enough to last several lifetimes without eating or drinking together. Chapter 163. The auction ends and the fun begins. 2 million gold soul coins. Everyone was also amazed by the operation of Wuhan Palace. Royal Davis said coldly, as expected of the Wuhan Palace, its actions are generous. The rest of the people also understand that it is impossible for them to obtain this soul bone. If he is photographed, without the protection of a powerful force, in full public view, he will definitely be secretly pursued by these two forces, or even other forces. But talent and wealth are very attractive to people. Even if they are obtained by people from the royal family or even Wuhan Palace, some people want to take a risk. As long as they grab it and run away quickly, they can remain anonymous and keep a low profile. Point. If you can grab it, you will run if you can. No one will wait to die. 2.5 million. The royal family's deep voice sounded. 3 million. Wuhandian's leisurely voice followed closely. Davis showed blood veins on his face and cursed. Damn Wuhan Palace, this is our territory. Even if you can get the soul bones, you can never leave any young unharmed. Uncle Chen reminded Prince, although soul bones are very precious, if the price is too high, an 8,000-year-old bone is not worth it. How much support will my father give me? Davis turned to look at him. He really wasn't willing to give up this soul bone just like that. If it weren't for the Wuhan Palace, this soul bone must be his. Uncle Chen said, in addition to your original 1.2 million, His Majesty promised to support you with up to 3 million more gold soul coins, because the price of this soul bone is about the same, and it is not worth it to exceed it. Davis was extremely crazy and obsessed with the 8,000-year-old soul bone in front of him. It's not enough. Damn it, if he doesn't give it to me, I will find a way to sell some of the valuable things in my house and exchange them for gold souls. Coin, I must get this soul bone today. Uncle Chen reminded, Your Highness, there is no need to do this. If it doesn't work, we will use other means to obtain it. Don't forget, this is our territory. Zhu Zuan nodded. Wheeze. What Uncle Chen said makes sense. Even if the Wuhan Palace is photographed on our territory, it will definitely not be so easy to take it back to the headquarters. Davis clenched his fists and nodded. Okay. Looking in the direction of Wuhan Palace, his eyes flashed with cold light and he showed a cruel smile. Wuhan Palace, I, Davis, will decide on this bone soul. It will be of no use to anyone else. So he stopped bidding. The whole place fell silent. This soul bone that has lasted for 8,000 years has finally been fixed at 3 million gold soul coins. 3 million times, twice. 3 million times, 3 million times, boom. Congratulations to Wuhan Palace for capturing the 8,000-year-old blood spirit oracle bone. As the person in charge's voice fell, the last auction item came to an end. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction, and soon someone came up with the things, delivering the goods, and paying the money. After getting the blood spirit oracle bone, Huang Wei felt a little emotional. This is a rare torso bone. It's a pity that the vintage is too low. Wait a minute, can my own turtle turn him into a turtle? Thinking of this, Huang Wei shook his head secretly. The year was too low, and it was still too disappointing. He planned to leave the trunk bones to the million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale king and the sea. The torso bone was revealed in the original work. Holy son, please absorb him quickly, and we will protect you. Everyone in the room spoke out. When Huang Wei heard this, he shook his head and said, No, this soul bone is too old and not suitable for me. Malu, you have been with me for so long, so this soul bone will be given to you in this auction. Hulina and the three of them got what they wanted. Yes, in addition to Ziyu's 6th soul ring and Yan's black gold sword, Hulina also got something very suitable for her among the following auction items. So Huang Wei planned to give this soul bone to Jade Pomilu. Although the opponent's martial soul and this soul bone are not the best match, the opponent's martial soul can transform into many types of things, including the Black Beast martial soul form, and the opponent's explosive power is also very strong. If you absorb this thing, you will be even more powerful. Holy son, this is too precious. I don't dare. Jade Pomilu looked at the soul bone in Huang Wei's hand. When he heard the other person said that he wanted to give it to him, he was shocked on the spot and said immediately, then, go ahead. What I have decided upon will not change. Huang Wei said, I thank the Holy Sun. From now on, the Holy Sun will live through fire and water without hesitation. Thank you, Holy Sun, for your cultivation. I will definitely not let you down. Jade Pomilu knelt down on one knee, extremely grateful, moved, and solemnly swore, well, get up. Huang Wei was not interested in this, and directly sent the Blood Spirit Oracle bones away. Jade Pomilu took it with great excitement, and began to absorb it. At the same time that the auction officially ended. Dismissed. Before leaving, many people looked at the room in Wuhan Palace. Everyone had other ideas in mind. There will be a bloody storm tonight, but it's none of our business. The person in charge looked at the people in front of him who were ready to make a move, looked at the room of Wuhan Palace, and whispered softly, turn around and leave, Uncle Chen, let's go. Davis and others also left quickly, because the real show came next. As time passed, only the Wuhan Hall room was lit. Soon the Jade Pomilu is absorbed. A violent force appeared on his body. The soul power directly broke through to level 89. There is only one level left before level 90. Jade Pomilu was extremely excited, one step closer to becoming a titled Douluo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Moreover, the powerful effect these 8,000 years of blood spirit bones had on him was even more powerful than he expected. Huang Wei said, okay, let's go out. There are many things waiting for us to deal with outside. Those wolf cubs can't wait to eat us. If they dare to come, it will be their death. Everyone said coldly. Also left the auction house. As soon as he went out and walked into a corridor, several figures appeared, including Soul Saint and Soul Douluo. Everyone in Wuhan Hall, please stay. Fortunately, there is no titled Douluo. It seems that even the sky can't stand it and is on our side. Wuhandian, the hatred between us just happens to be at this time to understand the interest. The several voices that appeared each said their own things, but they all had the same purpose. That is to snatch the 8,000-year-old soul bone from Huang Wei. Many of the people present were unknown, but two figures were relatively familiar. That is Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu clan, and Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pio clan. They have great hatred for Wuhan Palace. The rest of the people do, to a greater or lesser extent. Now that so many people are surrounding him, if the opponent doesn't have a title Douluo, he will definitely die. They are confident. In the distance, there was a group of people watching. It was Davis and others. Let's just wait and see what happens. Someone will take action for us, but there are still some left. When the time comes, we can just frame the situation, Uncle Chen said with a gloomy smile. Davis said coldly, we are just watching a big show. How are they going to get out alive in the hands of these people without a titled Douluo? Chapter 164. This holy sun is beyond your range of ignoring defense. At the same time, in a dark alley, where they didn't notice, there was a strange aura emanating from it. The black mist condensed into a familiar figure. It was none other than the elder of Wuhan Hall, one of Bibi Dong's right-hand men, Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Ghost Douluo was arranged by Bibi Dong, and has been here for a long time. He has been secretly protecting Huang Wei's safety. Huang Wei was very important to Wuhan Palace, and was his direct disciple. so it was impossible for him to travel far away without the protection of a titled Douluo point. Although the opponent's defense is very strong, it is still a bit uneasy point. The ghost thought. The Holy Sun is not as easy to deal with as I think. Let's take a look first. When the Holy Sun is really dead, then I will go out. Anyway, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to the Holy Sun. There are so many people. Let me count them. There are 10 in total. 5 soul saints, 5 soul Douluo. Not bad, not bad. Huang Wei showed a satisfied smile. These are good fertilizers. Stop talking nonsense and suffer death. A soul saint spoke coldly. Their martial spirits have been summoned, and they can fight at any time. As long as the Holy Sun hands over his soul bones, we can leave directly. A contract said. They just want the soul bones and don't want to harm the Holy Sun, but if the other party is disobedient, it will be difficult. No matter what, Wuhan Palace is very powerful and the Holy Sun has a high status. If the opponent is injured, according to Bibi Dong's character as that crazy woman, the entire Xingluo Empire will definitely be overthrown. After all, the other party is also her direct disciple. This news is no longer a secret. Now everyone in these forces knows it. Huang Wei said, I'm very curious. There are so many of you from different forces. I only have one soul bone in my hand. How will you divide it after you get it? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and the corners of their eyes squinted at the others. They all left an eyeliner on these people. HMPH. Stop sowing discord here. We will handle the rest ourselves. A soul saint said coldly. A mere soul saint is not qualified to speak. Jade Pomelu suddenly used his soul power skills. In one breath, he came to the man and struck out the soul saint's brain with a very fast knife. Bang! The speed was too fast. Soul Douluo reacted and shouted to be careful, but the next second Soul Saint's mind flew up, a pool of blood splashed, and the head fell to the ground. This Soul Saint was instantly killed. Jade Pomelo erupted with terrifying soul power fluctuations. 8 soul rings appeared. Level 89 contra. Everyone gasped. I didn't expect that the person following the Holy Sun would be such a high level contra. Everyone's faces showed fear, and they immediately resisted the impact of soul power. A contra said in a deep voice, although he is an 89th level contra, there are so many of us. The 5 of us contras have joined forces to hold him down. You go deal with those people. If that's the case, I'm sorry to bother you. Just go in the direction. After you grab the soul bone, you can all rely on your own abilities when the time comes. Several soul saints were ready to make a move. They didn't expect that there would be such a good thing waiting for them. They were so happy. After getting it for a while, they left quickly. Especially some soul saints who were good at agility, attack and concealment. They had it in their hearts. Such thoughts, although this idea is very dangerous, there is no other way. Soul bones are too tempting. As long as you can escape successfully, everything is worth it. When the 5 contras heard this, they sneered in their hearts. With their current level of cultivation, they were not fools. They naturally knew what these 5 people were thinking. But it's not a big problem. They have confidence. Everything is played by ear just like that. Jade Pomelu was intercepted by 5 contras. Yang Wudi sneered. Haha, now that you are stopped by us, your Holy Sun is in danger. Those Soul Kings and Soul Emperors alone cannot protect him. His hatred for Wuhan Palace has reached a very extreme level, and there is no possibility of forgiveness. Wuhan killed his son, and also killed his younger brother, therefore, sin is unforgivable and unforgivable. However, Jade Pomelu's expression surprised them all, because he couldn't see any worry from the other person's expression. Instead, a cold smile flashed across his eyebrows. Looking at the 5 soul saints flying past was like looking at ants about to die. The most dangerous person here is not him, but the Holy Sun Huang Wei, who looks very young, and is easily bullied. Even he can't defeat the opponent, let alone these garbage soul saints. You don't seem worried. Niu Gao noticed the strange phenomenon and spoke in a deep voice. The others squinted their eyes and discovered this. It's just a mystery, said the famous contra. However, at this moment, a strong wind passed by, and a sharp sword intent fell directly from the sky. Young, little soul saint, you dare to take action against my saint son? Just pretend that Feng Shan Wuhan and Feng Giant sect just don't exist, right? Immediately afterwards, Two figures were seen descending from the sky and came to Huang Wei on flying swords to contrast the aura spread, and the sword rain instantly knocked back the 5 soul saints who rushed towards Huang Wei. It's the master and great elder of the Wind Sword sect. The 5 soul saints were startled and immediately used their martial soul avatars to resist point, but he was still knocked several meters away. Huang Wei, who was about to take action, did not expect that they would come at this time point, so he slowly put away the chilling soul power that emerged from his body point. But after thinking about it, I still decided to take action. The Yu clan and the Pio clan also plan to stay in this muddy water. Have you forgotten the despair of being chased by my spirit hall? Huang Wei's voice rang out, his plain words filled with contempt. When Niu Gao and Yang Wudi heard this, they felt the pain in their hearts. Shut up, Wu Hundian. I will kill you. The two ignored the jade pomelu. Yang Wudi directly held the soul-breaking gun, activated the martial soul's true form, and used the 8th soul skill to rush forward. Fengshan Wuhan's expression condensed. Although his cultivation level was higher than that of his opponent, he was still in the Contra realm after all. This Yang Wudi's martial spirit was extraordinary. The most important thing is that it is a Contra with 9 spirit rings. He also activated my martial soul's true form, as did the Great Elder. Just when I was about to greet him, Huang Wei ducked in front of the two of them and said, "This is just a Contra, and I can handle it alone. You can just watch from the sidelines. I don't want him to die with such a good fertilizer." As soon as he finished speaking, a low turtle roar sounded, and the true form of Huang Wei's martial spirit appeared. The black turtle stood tall and powerful, shocking everyone. A turtle shell appeared, directly attacking Yang Wudi's soul-breaking gun and easily reached it. What? Impossible. My martial soul and soul skills can ignore defense. Why can't I ignore yours? Yang Wudi's pupils shrank, feeling incredible. Ignoring defense is because the defense of the object you ignore is not strong enough, and I'm your nemesis. Huang Wei said as a red soul ring appeared on his body. The target he targeted was directly suppressed. Chapter 165. Crush. Yang Wudi, who was holding a soul-breaking gun, also wanted to use soul skills to try to break through the turtle shell defense in front of him. But the next second, his complexion suddenly changed, and his pupils shrank. Strange black stripes appeared on his body, and then he felt an incomparable solid iron mountain hitting him. At the same time, he lost contact with his martial soul, and his soul power was suppressed by gravity, and could not be released. No, it should be said that it was difficult to release, and his soul power was also suppressed. After the soul-breaking gun disappeared, he hit the ground hard like the others. They happened to be the 10 people who surrounded Huang Wei. No, it should be 9. One of them was beheaded and killed instantly by Jade Pomelu just now. The red 100,000-year-old soul ring attracted everyone's attention and became the most terrifying existence. Chapter 130. That aura was earth-shaking and terrifying. The red 100,000-year-old spirit ring spreads over a large area within 1 kilometer of the surrounding area and has a huge deterrent effect. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote and no one else comes here. Seeing this, Fengshan Wuhan and the Great Elder took a deep breath. The appearance of a 100,000-year soul ring is indeed terrifying. The ghost hiding in the dark showed envy and praised. As expected, there was no need for him to take action. The Holy Sun could kill the opponent alone. Even if a title Douluo comes now, as long as he is not particularly powerful or advanced, he will probably not be able to cause harm to the Holy Sun. This is the scariest place. 100,000-year soul ring. Title: Douluo. Impossible. It's so small, it can't be. The eyes of the 10 people showed fear. This is especially true for Yang Wudi. Now he can be suppressed so easily. This must be fake. It's so noisy. Huang Wei's face was stern, and he lightly drew his finger in the air. They were still able to speak after being suppressed, which meant that the pressure was not enough. Only when the pressure really comes will there be no more sound. The pressure increased again, and with a sound, the faces of the 9 people were printed directly on the ground, and they could no longer make a sound. My whole body was shaking and soaked in sweat. You people could have lived longer, but you still want to provoke this Holy Sun. Please be careful in your next life. As for the Pio clan and the Yu clan, I will ask them to accompany you soon. Bye. The Wei, I have news for you. The Power Clan and the Minimum Clan have been captured by me, Huang. Wei's voice was light and calm, and he didn't take these people seriously at all point. Although the two people's faces were close to the ground and the changes in their faces could not be seen, their angry auras could still be felt. It's a pity that these angry breaths are only insignificant. There is no use for birds. However, at the same time, the surrounding space twisted. Everyone was sucked in directly. This farce is definitely over. At this moment, Davis and the others, who were hiding in the distance, had long been frightened by Huang Wei's terrifying strength and terrifying 100,000-year-old soul ring. They did not dare to stay for a long time and ran away immediately. Even Soul Saint and Soul Douluo were defeated were completely inadequate. As I ran, I was sweating profusely, feeling frightened and shocked. At first I thought the 100,000-year soul ring was fake, but in the end I didn't expect it to be real. The Holy Sun is really powerful. I have no chance to take action. In the darkness, the ghost spoke. Suddenly, his eyes looked in another direction. The mice in Xingluo were frightened by the power of my Holy Sun, but when you meet me, you can't just come and see me whenever you want. A cold light flashed through his eyes, extremely cold, and his face became even more gloomy. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared directly, blended into the night, and headed in another direction. The place pointed in that direction happened to be the place where Davis and others from the Star Luo royal family disappeared. The strength of the Holy Sun of Wuhan Palace is so terrifying. I think among that group of people, it's not the 89th level Soul Douluo who is the most dangerous. The most dangerous person is a neglected and easily bullied Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. With 100,000 soul rings at such an age, he definitely doesn't have the cultivation level of a titled Douluo. It's too scary. Your Majesty must be informed of this news as soon as possible. The deaths of those generals are inseparable from the Holy Sun's soul skills, Davis and others said while running. Especially Uncle Chen was extremely frightened. The higher the level of soul masters like them, the more they can feel the gap between the same realms. That's why I understood how terrifying the Holy Sun was, who suppressed 9 people so easily. You little mice, do you really think this is a place where you can come and leave whenever you want? However, at this moment, a cold and gloomy playful sound sounded around everyone at the same time. Who is it? Come out. Where are you, rat? The footsteps of Davis and others suddenly stopped. Shouted angrily. Uncle Chen felt that something was not good, so he immediately summoned his martial spirit and activated his true body, protecting Davis, Zhu Zian and others behind him. However, at this moment, they were in front of them. A black shadow appeared, slowly rising from the dark night ground. Finally a person is formed. Officially haunted. Hello, little mice of Xingluo. The ghost smiled gloomily, extremely cold. Uncle Chen's pupils narrowed, and he looked at the ground. There is a ghost floating around. This man's soul power was surging, but there was no soul ring. I only see ghost shadows, but no good soul rings. Could it be that you are Ghost Douluo of Wuhan Palace, Uncle Chen shouted in horror. Feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. This guy is a level 95 titled Douluo. But he didn't know that the other party was already in 96th level titled Douluo. Cold sweat broke out. It was really scary. Ghost Douluo of Wuhan Palace. Uncle Chen, what should we do now? Davis and Zhu Zian also said in horror. Your Highness, Miss Yun, I will stay and try my best to stop him and buy you time to escape. My life only lasts for tonight. Uncle Chen clenched his fists and said sternly. I know, Uncle Chen. Don't worry, we won't forget you. Davis nodded. He told him that his own life was the most important thing. He was His Highness, and since he was following him, he must be ready to sacrifice for him at any time. Otherwise, he wouldn't want such a person. Can you run away? This place is your death grave tonight. The ghost went straight towards Uncle Chen and killed him. Run away. Uncle Chen roared angrily, planning to fight and buy time for Davis and others to escape. To Huang Wei he said, it's done. Let the Yu clan go for a while. Milu and I will go on the rest of the journey. You all go back and rest. He looked at the buyers. The buyers nodded immediately after hearing this. They had been tired for a day and wanted to rest long ago. Now that the Holy Sun has given this opportunity, you're welcome. They left one after another. Boom. However, at this moment, a collision sound was heard. What's going on? Huang Wei and the others looked over and saw this powerful soul power spreading out not far away. Chapter 166 Forest Beast Tide. No wonder it turned out to be 1 kilometer away. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes. If the other party was within 1 kilometer, he would definitely be able to detect it. Jade Pomilu frowned and said, "Holy sun, there is a familiar wave of soul power over there." This breath seemed familiar, so cold and chilling. Huang Wei nodded. "Yes, very familiar. It belongs to Elder Gui Mei. Let's go over and take a look," Jade Pomilu suggested. Huang Wei shook his head. No one here can make the ghost elder suffer. Those who are capable can only hide now. The other wave of soul power is just contract. After saying that, he turned around and said, "Let's go. According to the original plan, go to the royal clan and give them a big surprise. Get up and use teleport directly." Jade Pomilu followed quickly. If he didn't activate his martial soul and use soul skills, he really wouldn't be able to keep up with Huang Wei. Even if he catches up, he can only barely reach behind his. But Huang Wei said calmly, "Defeat the Yu clan before daytime and go back to sleep." Yes. Jade Pomilu nodded. The two speed up. The Yu clan has a good reputation in Langsing City, so it is not difficult to find them. It won't take long to find it. The palace of the Imperial clan is also relatively luxurious and grand. The clan leader has been out for so long and still hasn't come back. Do you need to report it to the elders? What are you thinking about? What can happen to our clan leader in Langsing City? Let me tell you, there is a large-scale auction in Langsing City tonight, and the clan leader and Yang Wudi went to watch it. I'm probably still inside watching the show." The guard on the right spoke, and the next second he was looked down upon by the guard on the left. In his mind, their martial souls were number 1 in defense, unrivaled in the same realm, and invincible. So no one can attack them in Langsing City. It's a pity that the clan leader you missed so much can't come back. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang in their ears. What? Chapter 131. Before the two of them uttered the last word, their vision went dark, and they didn't know anything after that. They will never speak out again, because their heads had been chopped off by Jade Pomilu's head. The head fell to the ground and the flowers bloomed for a moment. Under the moonlight of the dark night, this somewhat cruel scene reveals an inexplicable sense of beauty. Huang Wei waved his hand and put it into the soul guide. Dead bodies can be entered. Because there is no life point after entering, under the unfolding of a 100,000-year soul ring, the bright red color enveloped the entire Yu clan. God's perspective selects everyone. Turquoise energy diffuses. After this scene appeared, everyone woke up. As soon as they stepped out, they were sucked in by the power of the distorted space around them. This is how a silent multi-person disappearance technique began. Jade Pomilu is very skilled in business and has already contacted people from Wuhanzi Palace to take over and harvest all the valuable items here as quickly as possible. At the same time, the ghost had left there and there were several lifeless corpses lying on the ground. It was Uncle Chen, Davis, and ZHU Zuan. Yes, they were killed by ghosts. Exit early. Except for the leader, Uncle Chen, who was covered in bruises. The others were all corpses and died peacefully. Groups of black mist appeared on the ground here, absorbing the bloodstains and corpses on the surrounding ground. Someone very important to the Xingluo royal family has died, and something big will happen next. I'm just waiting to see the show. After saying that, the ghost disappeared directly on the spot and rushed towards the direction Huang Wei left. It was discovered that the Yu clan had been taken care of. As expected of the Holy Sun, this speed is really fast. The ghost showed a satisfied look. After seeing the ghosts, the people in the Wuhan palace here saluted and said hello, and then went about their business. One night passed like this. The next day, the Po family also disappeared from this world quietly. Mission completed. Return to Wuhan palace. Huang Wei took the Jade Pomilu and quickly headed towards the Stardao forest. I encountered many powerful spirit beasts on the way, and there were also many human corpses in this forest. In the Xingluo forest, an angry voice sounded. Humans are prohibited from entering the Star Forest, otherwise they will be killed without mercy! The sound vibrated into the ears of Huang and Wei. Holy son, this soul beast is not simple. The Jade Pomeranian showed a solemn expression. Now they are in a very remote location, but also inside the forest. However, at this moment, the earth shook, getting more powerful. Next to Huang Wei, a black shadow appeared hurriedly. Elder Ghost, Huang Wei said. Jade Pomelo immediately saluted. Holy son, get out of here quickly. The Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, is coming here with a massive number of 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Even I won't be able to resist it when the time comes. The ghost looked anxious and told Huang Wei all the situation. Hearing this, Jade Pomelo was startled and his pupils shrank. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. This type of soul beast is equivalent to a titled Douluo point. Moreover, the bodies of soul beasts are inherently more powerful than humans. In addition, there are a large number of 10,000-year soul beasts. It is conceivable that when the time comes to meet them, the three of them combined will be very dangerous. Holy son, leave quickly. Jade Pomelo was first worried about Huang Wei's safety. On the other hand, Huang Wei's expression was different from ordinary people's. He was not worried, but excited. These are all excellent fertilizers. Who wouldn't like them? At least he likes it. Huang Wei said, if you want to leave, you can go. I want to stay and face it alone. The ghost looked serious and said, Holy son, this is no joke. It will really kill people. I have no confidence that I can withstand the massive attacks of 10,000-year soul beasts when dealing with the Titan giant ape. Jade Pomelo also immediately tried to persuade him. Holy son, your life is the most important, and you must not joke about it. At this moment, the sound was even louder. The trembling of the earth became more intense. Bang 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 bang. You can clearly hear among the huge footsteps. There are also many collective footsteps that can only be run in groups. Huang Wei said, Milu, you are following me in vain. When have you ever seen this holy son do something that you are not sure about? Jade Pomelu's body trembled. When he heard this, Huang Wei teleported directly towards that side. The huge black turtle on his body stood tall against the sky and the earth. 7 soul rings appeared on his body. Purple, purple, black, red, red, red. Extremely abnormal configuration. Perhaps the holy son really has a way to deal with it. Although it is not the first time for Gui Mei to see it, he is always amazed every time he sees this soul ring configuration. They immediately chased after him, wanting to see how Huang Wei solved this big problem. Stop. The Titan ape noticed something was wrong. Immediately stopped the charging spirit beast group. The Titan ape slapped it with a palm, and the surrounding rocks flew directly forward. Like a small meteorite, it is very powerful. Wherever it passed, the trees broke and fell. Bang. Chapter 167. You are doing something unnecessary. Bang. Opposite the Titan ape, a flashing turquoise light with a slight pinkish tint appeared. Immediately afterwards, Huang Wei's figure appeared out of thin air, raised his hand, and a turtle shell-shaped defensive net appeared in front of him. Block the huge flying rocks. After a crisp sound wave, the stone squeezed by the impact exploded into powder and moved with the wind. Humanity. The cold light and murderous intent intertwined in the eyes of the Titan ape. His pupils suddenly shrank. That's right, it's really Sister Xiao's aura. It was because he sensed Xiao Wu's weak aura that he rushed over with the beast tide. Because he knew that Xiao Wu was the one who was sacrificed to Wuhan Hall. Therefore, the human being in front of him is most likely from Wuhan Palace. At the same time, it made him even more angry. Everyone in Wuhan Palace should die. Human, why do you have Miss Xiao's aura on you? Tell me, I can keep your whole body. Otherwise, you will be smashed to pieces. The Titan ape roared loudly. On Huang Wei's body, those 7 abnormal soul rings appeared again. At the same time, all the soul beasts were in shock. This was the first time they had seen this human being with such a combination of soul rings, and he also had 400,000-year soul rings, a total of 4. Huang Wei smiled. I asked you why you came to me at this time. It turns out you smelled her. She is indeed an animal. Among my 4 red soul rings, one belongs to the little dance sister you mentioned, that is, the soft bone rabbit that duck shaped for 100,000 years. His voice was very calm. But the Titan ape was completely furious, because it really felt that one of the red soul rings on the human being in front of it belongs to Sister Xiao. Human, I want you dead. Like, A madman, the Titan ape went directly towards Huang Wei and killed him. Ming, stop. However, at this moment, a voice called out to it, brother, why? The angry body of the Titan ape stopped and asked. Look deep into the forest. The owner of this voice is none other than the blue sky bull python. The voice of King Shen Niu Python rang in his mind. Sister Xiao Wu was sacrificed to him. The sacrifice was his body, which means that the soul is still in the soul ring. If he died, then Sister Xiao Wu the soul will also disappear, and then Sister Xiao Wu will truly be dead. The Titan ape was stunned for a moment. After he calmed down, the more he thought about it, the more he realized this. Doesn't that mean we can't kill him? Just let him go like this? I won't accept it, brother. The Titan ape was extremely angry in his heart, and his face was even more ferocious and terrifying. The hateful voice of the blue sky bull python sounded in its mind again. Of course I can't let him go. Give him to me or capture him. We'll talk about other things later. Apart from him, the rest of the humans don't have to be left alive, but there is a human on the opposite side. The existence of level 96 title Douluo is not a big problem for you. The Titan ape's mind was suddenly awakened. I know, brother. I will definitely catch him. As for that little rat at level 96, I naturally won't take it seriously. Just kill him together. At this moment, the ghostly figure had appeared in front of Huang Wei, confronting the big guy in front of him. Jade Pomelo also appeared shortly after. They could all feel the terror and the aura of the guy in front of them, completely crushing both of them. This is true even for ghosts with level 96 cultivation. Elder Ghost, what is the approximate level of this guy? Jade Pomelo looked solemn. Chapter 132. Ghost said in a deep voice, the lowest level is a 97th level Super Douluo. Don't dare to be negligent at all. No one is sure that they can defeat this thing. And beside this guy, there are so many 10,000 year soul beasts. This fight is really annoying. The ghost immediately activated the martial soul's true form, and a huge appeared ghost, and the whole person merged into it, become part of the ghost. The same goes for Jade Pomelo. The auras were confronting each other, and it was obvious that the Titan ape side was crushed. Huang Wei said, you all get out of the way, this is my special show. The two of them were stunned. The Titan giant ape didn't care so much and rushed over, trying to fly away the ghost and Jade Pomelo who were blocking Huang Wei. Ho! Get out! The Titan giant ape roared angrily, and the power of the Titan on his body surged incomparably. The terrifying power of the soul beast was like the atmosphere, crushing down on every one. Very horrible. After the ghost activates the 100 ghost night walk state, he activates the 9th soul skill. Jade Pomelo activated his 8th soul skill in his martial spirit avatar, and the two of them rushed forward. However, the surrounding 10,000-year-old soul beasts were not just decorations. After the Titan giant ape moved, they also started to move. He headed towards Huang and Wei to kill them. The ghost suddenly pushed away the rushing Milu and shouted, Milu, I'll hold up this big guy, and you take the Holy Sun away. This is an order. Execute it quickly. Everything comes first with the life of the Holy Sun. One. Yes, Milu looked at the turbulent 10,000-year soul beasts around him, gritted his teeth, and decisively directed all attacks towards them. Boom. Holy Sun, run. Milu turned around, pulled Huang Wei and others away. As for Hulina and others, they have been taken back into the different spaces by Huang Wei. As long as Huang Wei doesn't die, they will be safe. But in a sense, even if Huang Wei died, they would still be safe. Because these soul beasts cannot open different spaces, but they are not like Huang Wei who can absorb surrounding particles as food, so he will starve to death. Still, just as dangerous. Huang Wei's eyes flickered as he looked at the group of soul beasts. Milu couldn't pull him away at all. Huang Wei said, Sister Nana and Yan haven't absorbed the soul rings yet. There are so many here, there must be something suitable for them. Then, I thought to myself, if I kill them all and absorb the soul rings, then can one of my first 3 soul rings reach the 100,000 year level? He would never miss such a good opportunity. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. As for becoming fertilizer, one Titan ape is enough. After all, there is already a lot of fertilizer in his space, plus this big guy, and the fairy grass is 200,000 years old, which is more than enough point, and maybe it can reach 300,000 years anyway. The soul ring is just an upgrade key for him. If it can satisfy the upgrade requirements, it is enough to directly upgrade to level 10 point. At this moment, the ghost is already fighting with the Titan giant ape, and it is very fierce. However, the ghost still had the upper hand and was beaten. The Titan giant ape rushed directly towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei waved his hand, and as soon as the space crack appeared, Milu and the others were brought into the different space point. Then he teleported directly towards the herd point. Use the black turtle gravity field to suppress it. These soul beasts lay obediently, waiting for their fate to be chosen by Huang Wei. After choosing two of the same age, which were also suitable for Hulina and Yan, they were seriously injured with a water cannon and placed in a different space. As for the rest, he was merciless and used the increased gravity to crush it into bloody dregs. The scene is extremely cruel and bloody, not for the faint of heart. Chapter 168 Blue Sky Ultimate Rage Titan Fist. The Titan giant ape, which originally had the upper hand, felt that it was being suppressed, and was also given the opportunity by the ghost to launch a powerful counter-attack. The entire Titan's body flew backwards, hit the ground hard. Immediately afterwards, he saw his soul beasts, all of them exploded into blood mist in an instant and was dumbfounded. How is this possible? But he found that there was nothing wrong with the group of soul beasts in the distance. It seems that something has been discovered. Don't come in. All spirit beasts stay 2 kilometers away. The Titan ape roared angrily. Looking at the black soul rings on the ground, Huang Wei, whose heart was burning, was suddenly stunned. He smiled appreciatively and said, "This big guy's not as stupid as he looks." And the ghost who was fighting against him also discovered this. It suddenly dawned on me. It turns out that not all opponents are invincible. There is a distance limit. But what if you know? If you don't come close, it doesn't mean that this holy sun won't come close to you. On Huang Wei's body, the huge black turtle roared, and mysterious runes flashed out, frantically devouring the surrounding energy soul rings that turned into particles on his body. One after another, energy flashed with halo. The aura of the soul ring on Huang Wei's body increased rapidly. The 2 purple soul rings in front of him quickly turned black. As for the third soul ring, it turned from black to black with red, but it was unable to break through the last step. Huang Wei looked at the remaining 10,000-year soul beasts in front of him and smiled. Can't you break through? It's not a big problem. Once all these are absorbed, then you can definitely break through. But the next moment, he thought of something and immediately said, "Forget it. There are not many soul beasts on land. Let's go to the sea." He released terrifying soul power, shocking the surrounding soul beasts. "Get out or die." A low and majestic voice sounded. Huang Wei's voice was like a nightmare, going straight into their hearts. After the soul beasts glanced at the Titan ape who was being restrained by ghosts in the distance, they all turned and left. They were not fools. They turned those soul beasts into soul rings in an instant. The guy in front of them was more terrifying than the Titan giant ape and the title Douluo human. Because the Titan giant ape had to be distracted to resist the pressure on his body, he also had to deal with Gui Mei, a 96th level title Douluo. In the state of higher Kuki Yakao, his strength increased to level 97, but he did not last long before he was about to release the state. After striking the final blow, the ghost is immediately released from the state. The ghost said calmly, "The Titan giant ape is really powerful, and it can't be easily defeated, even if it is multitasking. Back up quickly." He was also shocked by the sun's methods. "It's really awesome." He couldn't do it anyway. Suddenly the pressure on the Titan ape disappeared. Discovering this, the Titan giant ape gathered the strongest strength and smashed directly at the ghost's head. Not good. Looking at the huge fist coming towards him, the ghost was frightened. If this thing hit his head, it would be enough for him to drink dozens of bottles. But now he was a little weak and had no time to release his soul skills, so he could only use his hands to resist. He was already prepared to run away and hit a wall. However, at this critical moment, a golden figure appeared. It was Huang Wei, who used the second soul bone skill behind invincible Jin. He raised his hand and directly faced the Titan ape's fist. This time he didn't use his turtle shell to resist. Holy sun. Ghost was startled and thought to himself, how could the small body of the Holy Sun be able to stand such a huge punch? The Titan ape was also shocked, but finally showed a cruel smile. Strength increases even more. Bang. The two fists met. The terrifying impact spread out. Following Huang Wei, he retreated violently behind him. Son, the Ghost was startled and immediately turned around and chased after him, trying to catch Huang Wei. But the opponent was too fast and it was too late. Huang Wei's whole body hit the ground. Bang. Son, the Ghost was shocked. If something happened to the Holy Sun under his care, he would be in big trouble. It's not easy to be afraid. He chased after him, but he was stunned in midair the next second. Because Huang Wei was nowhere to be seen in the pit. At this moment, the Titan giant ape was chasing after him with great fury. It is bound to tear Huang and Wei into pieces. However, at this moment, a huge water cannon shot out from behind the Ghost. The Titan ape's fist passed through the water cannon, but could not completely pass through it. The next second it was hit and flew backwards. Huang Wei's figure appeared again. There are no scars on the body, but the invincible golden body has disappeared. One invincible golden body can only withstand one major damage. Today Huang Wei can use the invincible golden body 4 more times. But for him, this is no longer necessary. Chapter 133. Because next, the battle can end. The retreating Titan ape kicked off its feet, and with the help of the waist strength of a big tree, it was ejected directly back, letting out an ape roar that reached the sky. Above the blue sky, a huge phantom of the Titan ape appeared, and its fist, which was even bigger than before, fell directly towards Huang Wei. The fists overlapped with the heat wave impact, which destroyed the surrounding air and clouds, and the flames burned the atmosphere. Ripples ripple. One last punch. This is the Titan ape's strongest attack. It's called Blue Sky Ultimate Wrath of Titan Fist. At this moment, it was as if the entire name was imprinted on the sky. Dust was flying on the ground, rubble rolled up, tall buildings and trees collapsed. Can you take this punch from the Holy Sun? The Ghost's eyes widened. Cold sweat broke out, and he was in shock. To be honest, if Huang Wei hadn't been here, he would have run away long ago. Huang Wei's face turned slightly serious and he asked, what about you? Can't stop it. The Ghost took a deep breath and surrendered. The violent impact had torn the layers of his body armor, and his skin felt like it was being pulled by a strong wind. This circle of fists from the Titan giant ape already has the power of a 98th or even 98th peak title. Douluo, very horrible. You must know that, after reaching level 90, there is a huge gap at each level. What's more, after level 95, it's even more terrifying. Although the current 97th Titan giant ape can only exert one punch greater than itself, the power attached to this level is earth-shaking. I can't stop it. Although Huang Wei's face became slightly serious, it still could not make him feel afraid or worried. Defense, he raised his hand, and as soon as the huge turtle shell came out, the martial arts soul's true body also appeared, standing tall and unyielding. The huge turtle shell enveloped both of them. Bang. A huge explosion resounded throughout the world. The breath was squeezed infinitely, and sonic booms came one after another. The vigorous power continues to spread. But in the end, the Titan ape was shocked. His strongest attack was actually blocked. My own attacks cannot break the turtle shell's defense. On the turtle shell, huge power was revealed, the space was distorting, and the soul ring on Huang Wei's body continued to shine with terrifying light. The green energy spreads and envelops the huge body of the Titan ape was completely absorbed. The turtle is empty. A sound of silence sounded. Chapter 169. Crisis. Endless. Ice and Fire Dragon King attacks. The powerful suction force makes the Titan ape unable to extricate itself. When it discovered this moment, it didn't dare to neglect, focused on defense, and kept pulling its body back. He felt a sense of crisis, a warning light from life. What is this? I can't control myself. What? A powerful force. Brother, save me. The Titan ape's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in horror. Ming, damn it, you human brat, stop it. When the voice of the Titan giant ape sounded, among the sound coming from the depths was the extremely angry cry of the Azure Bull Python. A force is rushing towards this side quickly. It's too late. Huang Wei smiled. Although the Titanate was more difficult to seal than the one he had previously sealed, the problem was not that big. A mysterious rune appears, and no matter how you hold it in your mouth, it will still be sealed. A huge shackle floated in the air. The huge figure of the Titanate continued to compress and become smaller, and was finally sealed into a point of light. The energy it erupted also disappeared at this moment. Done. Retreat. Huang Wei turned around and used his soul bone skill to teleport and kept pulling and jumping to the limit. Boom. Behind him, huge vines shuttled out from the ground and quickly caught up with Huang Wei. Huang Wei was shocked. Roar. Suddenly, there was a roar of an angry dragon in the sky. The huge figure floated up in the air at such a fast speed that Huang Wei was no match for him. It's Dishan. Black-eyed Golden Dragon King. Martial Spirit Hall. Humans, once you come to our Stardew forest, don't even think about leaving. Leave me here. Dishan's cold voice sounded. Sensing the arrival of Emperor Shan, the Azure Bull Python in the big lake immediately retracted its hand. This lord actually took action personally at this time. It seems that its hatred for human beings has reached a very high level. That's good. In this case, worming will be fine. The Azure Bull Python muttered to himself in a low voice, looking through the trees and looking into the distant scene. Mother, it's Dishan, that guy is here. Huang Wei frowned. This terrifying dragon mighty. This guy's a peerless Douluo point, and it is very powerful. In this world, perhaps only Tang Chen, Bo Segsi, and Kai Liu can compete with each other. Now he is definitely no match for the opponent, unless he absorbs the 8th soul ring and becomes a Contra, in which case he doesn't need to be afraid of Dishan. But absorbing the soul ring also takes time, and it's completely too late. He kept teleporting and jumping, but Dishan's speed is not a vegetarian. He caught up with him in the next second, raised his huge dragon claw, and kept amplifying it in midair. The terrifying power of the Dragon of Nirvana squeezed out layers of explosive sonic booms, which were extremely harsh. If anyone is caught, they will definitely die. Huang Wei's expression changed, and he turned around and activated his martial spirit avatar. 7 soul rings, black, red, and red, appeared, and he activated his innate magical power, the golden turtle shield, which had not been used for a long time. Execute the first soul skill. Defense. This has the effect of a huge critical hit and counter injury. No matter what Dishan does, I will let you eat a pot. Of course, it would be even better if it could self-destruct. Anyway, I originally wanted to save you for later slaughter. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the huge dragon claws directly grabbed the turtle shell. In an instant, Dishan felt a huge tingling sensation all over his body. Milky white electricity kept running around the body. Puff. How can it be? Dishan's face was ferocious and twisted. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and the pain in his body continued to intensify. Sensing the huge weirdness of the other party, Dishan immediately used the power of the soul beast to fight against the strange pain in his body, and temporarily gave up chasing Huang Wei. After all, in its view, if the opponent is hit by it, it will either die or be severely disabled. If it cannot escape, it can still catch it. If it catches up later, don't be in a hurry right now. However, Huang Wei also felt uncomfortable. With just one blow, his defense was broken. He also vomited a mouthful of blood. His whole body became weak and his body kept flying backwards. He used the invincible gold behind him to smash the boulder behind him, trees, mountains, and rivers, and finally disappeared into a big river with a pop. The martial soul was broken. Huang Wei suffered a backlash and was unable to summon the black turtle in a short period of time. At this moment, he felt the crisis coming. Ahem. Coughing in the mouth and blood spilling out. You really going to die this time? Huang Wei showed a wry smile. I'm really too promiscuous. No, I still have soul bone skills that I can use. I can't die, but my body hurts so much. It feels like my bones are falling apart. Damn it, I'm so hard, and I can still be injured like this in Dishan's dragon claws. No, in fact, most of the damage was caused by the broken martial soul that came back to me. Hey, what should the system do now? If you don't help me, it will change its host. Huang Wei shouted in his mind. The system that had been dormant for a long time was resurrected at this moment, and a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the King of Soul Beasts, Deshian Fury, killing one blow without dying, and stimulating the gifted turtle's longevity and hidden ability, magical power, endless life. In Huang Wei's eyes, a long-lost character interface appeared, and at the same time he felt a magical energy rising up in his body. A green light representing life appeared on Huang Wei's body point at the same time. The soul energy that had the effect of consolidating the foundation and cultivating the body was also completely stimulated at this moment, quickly recovering his own injuries. Host, Huang Wei martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle has longevity and endless lifespan. 40,000 identity, holy son of Wuhan palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. 87 ring quasi contra, chapter 134. Soul skills, defense, with level 1 anti-damage critical hit, level 3 turtle shell enhancement, turtle shell savings, armor spirit space, turtle annihilation, infinite black turtle cannon, black turtle gravity field, black turtle true body, standing upright, mighty and unyielding, soul bones. 1. The right arm bone of the 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, turtle version, can grow. Skills, teleportation, invincible golden body. 2. Ice and Fire Dragon King divine bone, turtle version, ice, and Fire Dragon King attack, absolute zero, absolutely annihilated, magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil point abilities, aura of a superior person, immune to the might of a titled Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 50% cultivation speed, 10% is broken. Invincible golden body absorbed a lot of damage, otherwise his current backlash injuries would be even more serious. As long as you can summon the martial spirit, you can communicate with different dimensions, and it will be safe for you to get in by then. Now his body is gradually getting better, faster and faster, but just when he was rejoicing, Deshian's terrifying dragon power came again, rushing directly under the water, and the familiar dragon claws grabbed him again. Damn it, Huang Wei roared angrily, don't think that this holy son is easy to bully. Soul skill, come out. On his left arm, a surge of dragon power surged out. A red and blue background double dragon image instantly condensed behind his body, which was extremely cool. One side is frozen, the other is lava. Ho ho, the dragon is coming. Deshian was shocked. What? Ice and Fire Dragon King? Is this a soul bone? Ice and Fire Dragon King strike. Deshian, take the move. As Huang Wei roared, the entire lake surged, and 2 dragon kings, one ice and one red, appeared and charged towards Deshian. Wherever it passes, it freezes into ice. One side burns to melt. The breath of the 2 dragons. The dragon's power is unlimited and awe-inspiring. Chapter 170. Half a year. Deshian's expression condensed, and he moved his hands skillfully on his body. A huge shadow of the black-eyed golden dragon king appeared in an instant, roared, and attacked the oncoming ice and fire dragon king. Under the loud rumbling sound, the 2 sides collided. Although the Ice and Fire Dragon King is a sacred bone, it has been revealed at this time that it is just a bone and not the real Ice and Fire Dragon King. In addition, Deshian's strength as a peerless Douluo was no joke. After the collision, when the Ice and Fire Dragon King was about to be destroyed, something unexpected happened, and mysterious runes entangled it. The phantom of the black turtle appeared, shattering Deshian's attack. At the same time, the Ice and Fire Dragon King's attack also shattered directly. The huge impact spread caused Huang Wei's body to fall straight into the abyss at the same time. The 2 energies within his body that helped him recover surged up at this moment. Huang Wei can now communicate with the black turtle in his body. He was overjoyed. It was so timely, and he immediately took the initiative to communicate with another dimension. Behind his fall, a crack appeared faintly. Relying on Deshian's powerful strength, he quickly recovered from the impact of the explosion and rushed towards Huang Wei at great speed. As soon as King Shen grabbed it, the whole water boiled and rolled up into thousands of waves. The dragon's power is unlimited. So scary. Roar. This time, I will see where you can run. Die. Dishan said in a low voice, showing his confidence that he could capture everything. Huang Wei looked at the terrifying attack in front of him, but there was no worry at all on his face. Instead, he showed a meaningful smile. Really, maybe you will be disappointed. HMPH, that's a bluff. Dishan sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. Because at this moment, my dragon claw has locked onto the opponent, and the distance is very close. It's impossible to avoid this distance. Huang Wei possesses the divine bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, so he plays a very important role for them. At least you have to deprive the other party of their soul bones. They must not let their dragon things fall onto humans. This would be a huge shame. It must be destroyed and solved. But the next second, Huang Wei's body escaped directly into a crack and was absorbed. That crack quickly merged. Dishan's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed it, only to miss it. How come? Dishan looked in disbelief. That was a space crack. Impossible. How can a little soul saint open a rift in space and then enter? Is it caused by an attack? There is no way the creatures involved can survive. Dishan narrowed his eyes and made his own judgment. No, maybe someone controls this space crack. If you can control the space cracks, then you can only when Dishan said this, he paused and looked up. The direction his eyes pointed was the sky. His eyes were extremely cold. That's right. Such a young soul saint must have been valued by a certain god and chose to become the inheritor. Damn. Shan vented all his anger on the god realm. The gods in the god realm just lay down their guns for no reason. Dishan knew that the food was cold this time, so he could only give up. He made 1,000 waves in anger and quickly left the water. The azure bull python in the large lake in the distance felt that Erming's disappearing aura never appeared, but Dishan's aura returned here. His face suddenly turned bad. It saw all the moves between the two of them just now. Naturally, I understand that the human bastard will definitely not be able to escape. But when it finally entered the battle in the abyss, it didn't see it. After all, it was shrouded by the powerful aura of Emperor Shan, and it wasn't strong enough to peek in. The azure bull python raised its head to look at the majestic figure and asked, Dishan, how is the situation? Have you caught that kid? The words of the azure bull python were like silver needles piercing into the flesh, and the scars on the body were forcibly opened. Dishan felt unhappy for a moment. His face darkened, and he said, if you enter the space-time rift, you won't survive. What? About my Erming Titan giant ape? The azure bull python's expression froze. He was not happy that Huang Wei entered the space-time rift. Instead, he was worried about his silly second brother. Dishan paused and shook his head. When I fought with him, I didn't feel the breath of the Titan ape. It seemed to have disappeared and had never been in this world. Dishan, what should we do now? The azure bull python looked very unhappy. I will go back and report to the Lord and wait for the news. Dishan said immediately with a confused look on his face. Without saying a word, he flew directly towards the depths. The azure bull python was extremely angry. Damn humans. If Erming can't come back, I will go out to find him. Sister Wu is gone, and now even Erming is gone. The people closest to it are gone. Roar. He raised his head and let out a roar that shook the sky. At this moment, in a different space, Huang Wei's figure appeared and saw the group of people in front of him. Yan and Hulina have already killed their own soul beasts and are absorbing the soul rings, and Jade, Pomelo and Ghost are taking advantage of the environment here to practice. There's no way. They've all tried, but they can't get out at all. Instead of worrying about Huang Wei's life safety, it is better to make yourself stronger first. Huang Wei did not disturb them. Instead, he sat cross-legged and started cultivating the third fairy grass again. Constantly squeezing the energy from the creatures in the rune space and pouring all of it into the designated fairy grass. After continuous training, the other party has been promoted to the level of 10,000 years. It is only a matter of time before the breakthrough of 100,000 years anyway. The energy now is enough. Time passed by, and Huang Wei had left the Stardao forest and returned to the spirit hall to explain the mission this time. Bibi Dong was very pleased after hearing this, although it was a bit regretful that all 4 single attribute clans were wiped out. But the resistance disappeared some. In the following time, Huang Wei stayed in his villa and continued to cultivate the third fairy grass. Time flies. Half a year has passed. The energy in Huang Wei's rune space has been completely drained. In the Jialing space, among the fairy grass group, there is a particularly eye-catching fairy grass that is emitting a powerful breath of life. The terrifying energy also appeared at this moment. Water lotus. After half a year in the Huang and Wei dynasties, they cultivated vigorously without eating or drinking, nurtured by space, time and abundant energy. As well as Huang Wei's careful care over the past 6 months, the water lotus has grown into a 150,000-year-old fairy grass. Chapter 135. But now the energy is still continuing. After all, the energy has not been completely consumed. There is still a lot of it. It is only a matter of time before it breaks through 200,000 years. In the past 6 months, Lena, the three of them, and Jade Pomelu have been practicing on the other side of the space. Very diligent and hard-working. Jade Pomelu even took advantage of the time in space to practice hard and successfully broke through to the 9th level, titled Douluo. Now he only needs to add the 9th soul ring to become a real title Douluo. In addition, Titan Giant Ape Huang Wei did not kill him, but planned to let the Jade Pomelu absorb it and become the 9th soul ring. By then his cultivation level will skyrocket. As his first confidant, he naturally cannot be left behind. 100,000-year soul ring is a big deal. Chapter 171. The Wrath of the Sky in the Space of Consciousness. Huang Wei was looking at Xu Guanglian's soul consciousness at this moment. Do you still remember the agreement between us? Huang Wei said. When Xu Guanglian heard this, the lotus body exuding water hibiscus swayed at this moment, responding to Huang Wei. Of course I remember our original agreement. I didn't expect that this time would pass so quickly. It really caught me off guard. The next second, a light female voice echoed in this space. Of course, the only space here was the side that Huang Wei divided for cultivating fairy grass. People on the other side don't know. Xu Guanglian's soul consciousness body spoke. Now I have only cultivated for 200,000 years. Why don't you wait any longer? Let me advance to 300,000 years. In this case, when you absorb it, I can also give you more consciousness. There may be unexpected windfalls. Huang Wei shook his head with a nonchalant look on his face and said, to me, these years are not of much significance, as long as it can satisfy my cultivation level and improve by 10 levels, it is enough. Of course, if you can get a soul bone, that would also be great. It's a pity that there is no soul bone to be catalyzed. Xu Guanglian understood that all this could not be escaped, so she did not intend to continue to struggle too much in vain. Human, remember your words. When you become a god, you must resurrect me. Don't worry, I will definitely not forget what I said. Huang Wei nodded slightly. The next second, Xu Guanglian didn't say any more nonsense and began to spread out a powerful soul magnetic field. She was about to sacrifice her body. But before that, she still left a trace of the stamen, which was used to cultivate Huang Wei's next Xu Guang Lotus Emperor. After reaching the 100,000-year level, she is qualified to become emperor. Huang Wei moved and sat cross-legged, the powerful soul power in his body surging. No matter what, the first year here is equivalent to one day in the outside world. It takes more than half a year to cultivate this water lotus, but here it is equivalent to many years. It took many years to grow up to this point. It is indeed hard to say anything. But time is just time. It doesn't mean anything. Otherwise, people like Ulina would have become gods long ago. However, after so many years, their cultivation has reached the soul saint level. The speed of cultivation is very fast. The soul ring they are pursuing is not as demanding as Huang Wei, who insists on getting 100,000 year at one point. Otherwise, according to Huang Wei's cultivation talent and speed, he would have been able to reach the level of title Douluo or even become a god in this dimension. The passage of time here will not have any impact on the human body's age and bone age. It is still calculated according to the bone age of the outside world. It's very easy to understand with an example. It's like 3-dimensional creatures entering 2-dimensional space or even 1-dimensional space. In the alien armor spirit space, a powerful soul power magnetic field appears on this side. After the whole space shook for a moment, it immediately stabilized. In the space, a mysterious green rune appeared. forcefully suppress this sudden energy. This space originally had an extremely powerful suppressive effect on the creatures in the space. The same is true for this 250,000-year-old fairy grass water light lotus has entered the stage of sacrifice, so all the remaining energy that has not been absorbed is interrupted at this moment. This energy was driven by Huang Wei's consciousness and evenly distributed to other immortal grasses. This is a once in a lifetime growth opportunity for those fairy grasses, and they must not be missed. So they all actively absorbed it. But it's a pity that no matter how hard they try to absorb it, it will all be allocated in the end. Nothing more, nothing less. But even so, these fairy grasses have been greatly improved. After all, these energies are not simple. Each fairy grass increases the year by at least 5,000 years. Huang Wei was under the protection of Huang Wei, and because this was a 100,000-year-old soul beast without any resentment, he did not need to fight against those complicated spiritual hedging. It is enough to withstand the physical impact, no matter what. After activating the martial spirit, Huang Wei's own defiant strength has reached a level that this fairy grass cannot break through. As time goes by, unknowingly, I don't know how much time has passed. The powerful sacrificial magnetic field in this space disappeared at this moment. 8 terrifying soul ring configurations appeared on Huang Wei's body. Black, 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 red, 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 red. The pressure on his body was even more terrifying than when he was a soul saint. When he opened his eyes, it was as if a demon god had come to this world. Finally, after so long, I have finally become the 8th ring. Is it a contra or a quasi-titled Douluo? Huang Wei's mouth had a strange arc as he said lightly, just when he wanted to summon the character interface to check his cultivation level. Suddenly, an unexpected scene in front of him made he slightly stunned. In front of him, on the position of the sacrificial water lotus, a silver white shining leg bone was emerging. The soul bone actually exploded. Huang Wei was surprised and said, I couldn't wait to take it over and take a look, and found that it was actually a soul bone from the right leg. The year is over 100,000 years. Originally, he thought that the 100,000-year-old fairy grass that had been ripened would not produce soul bones, but he did not expect that it would appear this time. Huang Wei murmured to himself, is it because Shuguanglian is worth 250,000? He feels that it still has a lot to do with the year. So he quickly absorbed it. Under the same awakening, the soul bone was absorbed very smoothly. When he opens his eyes again, he directly calls out the system character interface in his heart. Host, Huang Wei martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle has longevity and endless lifespan. 80,000 identity, holy son of Wuhan palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. 90. 8 ring quasi-titled Douluo, soul skills, defense, bring self-inflicted critical hit level 1, turtle shell strengthening level 3, turtle shell savings, armor spirit space, turtle void annihilation, infinite black turtle cannon, black turtle gravity field, black turtle true body, and the wrath of the sky. After the soul skill is released, under the true form of the martial spirit, the huge black turtle turns into a body that can support the sky, the infinite resentment turns into monstrous rage, and the countless fallen limbs turn into meteors and land, covering a radius of 2 kilometers. The power is terrifying and cannot be tolerated. Underestimate, soul bones. 1. The right arm bone of the 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, turtle version, can grow. Skills, teleportation, invincible golden body. 2. Ice and Fire Dragon King divine bone, turtle version, ice and fire dragon king attack, absolute zero, absolute flame destruction. 3. 100,000-year water light lotus right leg bone, turtle version, can grow. Water shadow light body, magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil. Abilities, aura of a superior person, immune to the might of a titled Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 50% cultivation speed, 10%, as expected. You are a level 90 quasi-titled Douluo. It seems I should go out to sea to find the deep sea demonic whale king. My 9th spirit ring is you. Huang Wei showed a smile. Now he has become more powerful. He himself can feel this change best. After he returns from the sea, it will be time for him to unify the continent. As for the deep sea demonic whale king, it was naturally impossible for him to be sacrificed. As a million-year-old soul beast, he still wanted to save face at the very least. Therefore, there will be a fierce battle by then. When Tang Xin was also a contra, he defeated the opponent with the help of his partners and the secret help of Shura God and Poseidon. But now he doesn't need the secret help of these gods, he alone is enough. Chapter 172 Xiao Wu's soul body's request. In a different space, Huang Wei summoned Jade Pumalu to his side. I have seen the Holy Sun. Jade Pumalu saluted respectfully. Huang Wei nodded slightly and said, time flies so fast, and you did not disappoint me. You successfully broke through to level 90. Jade Pumalu immediately placed all the credit on Huang Wei. All of this was cultivated by the Holy Sun. Such kindness will never be forgotten by my subordinates. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Now that you are at level 90, I have already found the 9th soul ring for you. At least the other party is not a white-eyed wolf. Where is the Holy Sun? Jade Pomeran suddenly became excited. This was his opportunity to break through to a true title Douluo. Anyone would be excited. Huang Wei said, behind you. When Jade Pomeru heard this, his expression was shocked. He quickly turned around and looked. I didn't know when the Titan ape's body fell in front of me. Huang Wei originally planned to keep this soul beast with Bibi Dong. But after thinking about it, there is no shortage of 100,000-year soul beasts in the sea. When the time comes to hunt the deep sea demonic whale king, just grab 2 and give them to him. Besides, there is a sky blue bull python. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. These 200,000-year soul beasts are not the only ones in the Stardow Forest. Titan ape? Jade Pumalu exclaimed. Holy Sun, you mean to let your subordinates absorb it? He had already guessed it. Huang Wei said, the 9th soul ring has been dreamed of by many people for 100,000 years. Now this Holy Sun gives you this rare opportunity. Do you have the confidence to absorb it? Jade Pumalu asked in confusion. Okay, I will definitely not disappoint the Holy Sun, but this is a 100,000-year soul beast. Don't you absorb it, Holy Sun? In this case, you can break through contra. Huang Wei smiled mysteriously. The body and soul were shaken. The terrifying soul power spreads in front of Huang Wei. 8 soul rings appeared. It's still the familiar abnormal configuration. Black red. If Huang Wei killed the Titan ape now and absorbed it into soul ring fertilizer, his 3rd soul ring would definitely be able to break through to the 100,000 year level. If the distribution continues, the 1st and 2nd soul rings can reach a level of about 50,000 years. But these are minor problems, and they can be solved when we get to the sea later. 8 rings. Jade Pumalu's eyes widened, and he took a breath of air. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Yes, I'm already at the 8th ring. Jade Pumalu asked, Holy Sun, when did you obtain the 8th soul ring, and which soul beast was it for? Huang Wei said, you don't need to know this. Jade Pumalu nodded, and then was stunned again. That's not right. Holy Sun. How come your soul power is fluctuating, and there is a vague aura of a titled Douluo? Huang Wei said, now I'm a soul master whose soul power has reached level 90. As long as I absorb the 9th soul ring, I will be a true titled Douluo. Jade Pumalu took a breath of air. This is really terrifying. Wouldn't it be just right? There is a 100,000-year soul beast here. Holy Sun, please absorb it as soon as possible. Forget it, subordinate. Huang Wei glanced at the Titan giant ape and said, this thing is too low level for me, the Holy Sun, to despise. I have already found a soul beast that can provide me with the 9th soul ring, so there is no need for it. Now, this thing is suppressed by me in this space. You only need to stab it towards its heart and everything will be over. Huang Wei said, you should kill it now. Hearing these words, Jade Pomeranian couldn't help but twitch. Good guy, only his Holy Sun dares to say such words. It would be difficult for others to get 100,000-year soul beast, but now Huang Wei has picked it up. Yes. Now that the other party had mentioned this, Jade Pomelu was very moved. No more prevarication. He summoned his martial spirit and turned it into a huge black sword. The 8 spirit rings on his body were revealed domineeringly, but the aura was ruthlessly suppressed by Huang Wen's 8 spirit rings. He mobilized all the soul power and injected it into the big black sword, and soul rings attached to the sword one after another. Although the Titan ape was suppressed and asleep at the moment point, but he would not be stupid enough to think that he could kill a 100,000-year-old soul beast with just one sword. After all, the skin of the Titan ape's body was very hard point. If you don't use all your strength, you can't break it. Jade Pomelu jumped up, grasped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and with the help of the impact, stabbed directly towards the heart of the Titan ape. Huang Wei actually thought about letting the Titan giant ape take the initiative to sacrifice to Milu. In this case, Milu would not need to fight against the evil spiritual attacks of the 100,000-year-old Titan ape. But it feels impossible, and in the end it will be a waste of time point, and he is not the nanny of Jade Pomelu, so he doesn't need to be point. If he's confident can't even pass this level, then he will die and be unworthy of his cultivation point. He doesn't need waste, and he has been cultivating it for so long point. I have already given the other party 2 fairy grasses. Bang. The next moment, a violent collision sounded point. Milu was already holding a big black sword and stabbed the Titan ape smoothly point. At this moment, the Titan ape was in a suppressed and weak state, but even so, its skin was still rough and thick point. Milu really couldn't pierce it all of a sudden point, but the other party gritted his teeth fiercely, thinking that he would never let the holy sun down. Driven by strong thoughts, his strength instantly increased. It pierced the skin of the Titan ape and penetrated directly into the flesh. The Titan ape was awakened by the pain, his eyes widened, and he let out a shrill cry of pain. Despicable human beings, hateful, this is like its last words. But at this moment, Pomelu's big black sword only penetrated the rib area and did not enter the heart area. The Titan ape felt nothing but immense pain. Keep roaring. Suddenly, at this moment, Huang Wei's 4th soul ring was shaking violently, as if something was struggling to escape from it. Huang Wei was startled. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded in his consciousness. It is Xiao Wu's soul body. Please, don't kill Erming. Let me go out and talk to it, and I can let him sacrifice his body. This is Xiao Wu's request. I don't believe it anymore. Try harder, Jade. Pomelu was shocked by the body of the Titan ape and planned to use this power again. Wait a moment. As soon as Huang Wei finished speaking, a force forcefully knocked back the Jade Pomelu point. Milu was very confused and puzzled. Holy sun, what's wrong? This subordinate is about to succeed, perhaps. It can be easily absorbed by you. Huang Wei did not explain that much. The 4th soul ring was shining brightly. A pink soul floated out. It was Xiao Wu. Milu was startled for a moment. He remembered this guy. Erming, how are you? Xiao Wu's soul body quickly floated in front of the Titan ape and stroked the wound, but unfortunately it penetrated directly after she touched it. There is no way. After all, she is not a body. Little sister Xiao, why are you here? No, you are a soul body now. Who are you? Were indeed driven to death by despicable humans, both damning and I miss you very much. It's a pity that damning can't see you anymore. It's great to be able to see you before he dies. There is a force suppressing me. I can't avenge you. I'm sorry, Sister Xiao. Chapter 173 Fantasy Night. Douluo. Milu looking at the Titan ape Erming in this state. Xiao Wu's expression revealed a painful sadness. Ming, stop talking. I already know what you and damning are thinking. I don't have much time. Erming, listen to me. You have entered this space, and you have no possibility of leaving. Why don't you sacrifice it to him? He promised me that he will resurrect you as soon as he becomes a god. We will also be resurrected by then, and we can do it again in the divine world, partner. If you don't sacrifice this time, the fate waiting for you is death, and then there will really be nothing left. Xiao Wu's voice sounded in this space. Erming, who was in pain, suddenly felt incredible. Sister, Xiao, you have changed, but these humans are asking you to sacrifice. Why do you still want to speak for them? Xiao Wu smiled bitterly and said, the current situation is completely different. We are outnumbered and the enemy is outnumbered. I have no choice. Moreover, he does have hope of becoming a god. Should I sacrifice it to him? The Titan ape looked at Huang Wei point extremely horrified. The opponent already had 8 soul rings on his body point human contrap. No, the fluctuation of this soul power aura has reached the 9th level of title Douluo point at such an age. He really has the qualifications to become a god. Huang Wei said, no, the object of your sacrifice is my confidant, Milu. That is him. His eyes looked at the Jade Pomilu point. If the Titan Giant Ape hadn't looked at Xiao Wu's sake, he wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. However, Huang Wei's voice stimulated him again and shouted, just because you can become a god doesn't mean that he can. Human. Why don't you just do this directly? Kill me. This is humiliating to me. Upon hearing this, Jade Pomilu clenched his fists and said firmly, I will not drag the Holy Sun back. I will definitely get the conditions to become a god. Huang Wei said lightly, if I become a god, as a close confidant of this Holy Sun, he will naturally become a god with me. At that time, I can mobilize the gods under my command to test him. As long as I'm around, you will definitely not be left behind. He added, even if he fails to become a god, which is the worst case scenario, after becoming a god I can still resurrect you who still has a soul, so no matter what, you will not lose. The Titan ape said coldly, what if you don't become a god in the end? Huang Wei said indifferently, without this eventuality, I will definitely become a god. Believe it or not is your own business. How do you want me to believe you? That you won't die young? The Titan ape continued. Huang Wei looked indifferent. You talk too much nonsense. You have to understand that the reason why you still have the life to speak so much now is entirely because Xiao Wu begged me to give you time to meet. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you now. If I kill you with a shock, you won't have to worry about anything unexpected happening later. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying wave of soul power pressed directly towards the Titan ape. Xiao Wu's soul body gritted its teeth and said, if you don't choose now, I can't save you. You have to remember that I won't harm you. Keeping your soul is the only way to survive now, unless Huang Wei takes the initiative to release the creatures that enter this space. No one can break out. And here, there is a terrifying mysterious force that helps Huang Wei suppress the powerful creatures here. Even in her soul body, she could feel this mysterious pressure the moment she came out. It made her feel bad. At this moment, her soul body began to become illusory. I don't have time anymore. I don't know how long it will take until I come out next time. I hope we can see each other again. Xiao Wu's extremely bitter voice sounded, and she was very sad before leaving. 2 tears fell from her eyes and landed on the face of Titan Giant Ape. Her figure gradually disappeared at this moment. The Titan Ape was dripping with tears, his whole body was shaken, and he was deeply affected. Chapter 137. It seemed that Xiao Wu really felt her sincerity at this moment. She looked at the disappearing figure and murmured, I know, Sister Xiao Wu. Humans, you hunted my soul beast and forced my sister Xiao to sacrifice. I really hate you and want to kill you, but I don't have the ability now. I can agree to sacrifice to him, but I also hope you can really keep your word. Also, before you become gods, don't seek death. The Titan ape spoke with anger and unwillingness in his voice. Huang Wei said, don't worry, as long as I don't die, he won't die, and, in the human world, except for the demigods who can still threaten me, I am already invincible. Hehe, okay. The Titan ape laughed, and then looked at the Jade Pomilu. Tell me your name, Jade. Pomilu. Jade. Pomilu said solemnly, okay, then accept the pull of my soul power. Human beings, as soon as the Titan ape finished speaking, his powerful soul power rose up, and the magnetic field spread instantly, and Huang Wei was blocked from the range of the magnetic field. At this moment, the sacrifice officially begins. A huge phantom of the Titan ape appeared, and a red light rose into the sky. Jade Pomilu became the core person. He did not dare to neglect, and tensed his body. A strong force pulled his whole body up and suspended him in midair. The red energy beam shot directly from his chest. Ah! Suddenly, Jade Pomilu shouted. In an instant, he felt a very powerful force rushing through his body. He gritted his teeth and injured it. Naturally, it is easier to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring obtained by sacrifice than to absorb it directly after killing. Apart from the initial shouting, everything else went very smoothly. Huang Wei just watched quietly as time passed quickly. On Jade Pomilu's body, there is a circle of the most dazzling red soul ring, which shines with a bright and fierce light. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. At the same time, his soul power surged rapidly. Everything in the body was aroused. His soul power was directly raised to the peak of level 94. The Jade Pomilu figure slowly fell from the sky. Although he was already a peak title Douluo of the 94th level, his power was still not enough in front of Huang Wei. He closed his eyes and was feeling all this moment as eternal. It's also what he will never forget. Congratulations, Milu, you finally became a title Douluo. Huang Wei smiled. All this is given by the Holy Sun. My life belongs to the Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun wants me to die, I will never hesitate at all. Jade Pomilu immediately knelt down on one knee and cupped his hands. He will never forget how all this came about until his death. His voice was solemn and powerful. This is a complete show of loyalty. Well, get up. Huang Wei nodded. Have you thought about your account yet? He asked. Jade Pomilu said, please ask the Holy Sun to give me a title for my subordinates. After careful consideration, Huang Wei said, I will give you the title, Huan Yi. From now on, you are Huan I Douluo Milu. Thank you to the Holy Sun for the name. Milu liked this title very much. He was worthy of being the Holy Sun, and the name was so nice. The 9th 4th level peak title Douluo is not your limit yet. You can still continue to improve now. Milu didn't understand Huang Wei's words. Huang Wei said, you will understand when you look behind you. Milu turned around and took a look and was instantly shocked. Soulbone. 100,000-year soulbone. Chapter 174. Milu's gratitude is beyond words. Jade Pomilu's pupils shrank, and he understood the meaning of Huang Wei's words just now, and immediately said, Holy Sun, this is not possible. It must not be allowed. You have given too much to your subordinates. I'm not that kind of person. For those of you who are greedy, I will leave this soul bone to you, the Holy Sun, to absorb it. From the first fairy grass to the other fairy grass before that, plus the cultivation in different dimensions. He, the peak soul saint, was suddenly promoted to the 94th level of the peak title Douluo in this short period of time, for he is already content and will give up when he sees fit. Huang Wei slowly shook his head and said, I don't like this soul bone, and it is a left arm soul bone. I already have a left arm bone that is not weaker than the Titan ape. After saying that, he directly raised his left hand and waved it in front of Milu's eyes. Suddenly a powerful dragon breath came out. It made Milu tremble. Milu took a deep breath and said, what a powerful soul bone, with the breath of a dragon. This is produced from a dragon? Huang Wei nodded. Well, okay, go ahead and absorb it. Don't forget the promise you made to the Titan ape. You must work hard to become a god and resurrect him. We in the spirit all keep our promises and cannot break our promises. He continued, if you want to continue to follow the footsteps of this Holy Sun, then you have to work hard. Although you are a peak Douluo at the 94th level, you are still too far away from becoming a god. Anyway, it's just a pi point. Who wouldn't? Holy Sun, what will happen to my family after I become a god? Jade Pomilu asked a very important question. How many other people are there in your family besides you? Huang Wei asked. Jade Pomilu immediately said, 2, my son and my wife. They are both serving in Wuhan Hall now, but in terms of cultivation, my wife is a level 69 Soul Emperor, and my son is currently a level 40 Soul Emperor. Soul Sect. Huang Wei was a little surprised. Looking at you, you're not very old either. I didn't expect my son to be so old. Although the other party did not indicate his son's age, he could tell that not everyone was a talented person. So the age of his son was at least in his 20s, and could even be 30 years old. Huang Wei said, find an opportunity, and ask them to come over and meet me. We will discuss the future in the future. This is his confession to Milu. As long as they are my people, I will not let them suffer. Milu sighed and begged, everyone has his own destiny. It is destined by God that most people are ordinary soul masters. If it doesn't work, just let them live a normal life. I hope the Holy Sun can give me some help at that time. A time to accompany my wife until her last day. Huang Wei nodded. No problem. 1 day in the divine world, and 1 year in the mortal world. When that time comes, I will help you level up. Although Milu didn't understand what card level meant, he still nodded cautiously, and didn't ask any more questions because he knows, no need to ask. Milu, thank the Holy Sun. Now, he feels that, no matter how much he talks, it is of no use. It would be better to express it with reality in the future. So I said these words with great solemnity. Those words have been said too many times before. Everyone is tired of it. Huang Wei said, go and absorb it, and then go to the Pope's palace to formally canonize it. Yes. Milu turned around and walked towards the 100,000-year-old soulbone. Caught it. His heart was extremely hot, and he summoned his martial soul, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red appeared. It represents his identity and strength. So I started to absorb it. The 100,000-year-old Titan Ape's left arm bone soul gradually merged with his hand. Huang Wei looked at Milu in front of him, and then at his soul ring. Although the other party can't compare with him. Although in previous life novels, many people said that Douluo continent was a fantasy sewer, in Huang Wei's view, this world was actually quite complete. Because as long as you are a soul master, you don't need to learn skills or anything else. You can directly acquire soul skills, as long as you absorb soul rings. This doesn't require other fantasy novels, but monks who need to study skill books to feel comfortable. Moreover, the strongest people in Douluo continent can only have 9 soul skills in their lifetime, and the weakest can only have 2 or 3. There is no need to learn these skills, you can learn them directly. It's also a comfortable shortcut. Although these skills may not be as powerful as those in other worlds, not all skills in other worlds are necessarily powerful. In this case, a yin and yang complement each other. What's more, the strength of a skill is not determined by itself. Depends on the user. As time continues to pass, the Jade Pomelu has been successfully fused with the left arm bone of the 100,000-year-old Titan Ape. At the same time, the wave of soul power on Jade Pomelu's body surged. He broke through directly from the peak of level 94 to level 95, and this Kixi festival has not stopped yet. It is still rising, and the deterrent is huge. The 95th level peak title Douluo. In the end, his soul power stopped at this point. There is a very big gap at every level of improvement after level 90. Not to mention that after level 95, it is not easy to reach level 96. If Yu Guan and Gui Mei hadn't encountered Huang Wei's gift of fairy grass, they would have been stuck in level 95 title Douluo for the rest of their lives, unable to move forward. Now their fate has changed. However, even if Jade Pomelu has not reached level 96, it is not a big problem. His current physical fitness and qualifications have been greatly improved. It is not too difficult to cultivate to level 96 things. Huang Wei said, let's go out, and the 3 of us are going to get the 7th soul ring. At the same time, I also thought of Hulina and the other 3. I have been practicing in this different space for so many years. It is also a very normal thing to be promoted to the 7th level of Soul Saint. Soon, 5 figures appeared in the Pope's palace. See, teacher, your majesty the Pope. The 5 people bowed their hands and saluted the person in front. There are 3 more elders. Also still there are Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Purple Soul Douluo. All 4 of them glanced at the 5 Huang and Wei people. They suddenly realized that they couldn't see through the Holy Sun's cultivation, not even the Jade Pomelu. Hulina and the other 3 have reached the 70th level of Soul Saints one after another, and are about to hunt for the 7th soul ring. Chapter 138. At this moment, Bibi Dong's cultivation had reached a very advanced level. She could see through Hulina and the others at a glance, and was also shocked by the cultivation of Huang Wei and Jade Pomelu. She did not tell the cultivation levels of Huang and Wei immediately, but first praised Hulina and the others. It's true that the 3 of you have been promoted to Soul Saints. I didn't expect such achievements in just over half a year. Wei, your extra dimensional cultivation is really good. The three elders might as well enter the cultivation at that time and see if they can make further progress. Yes. The three of them immediately handed over. Wei, your cultivation is not to mention. It is very shocking. But Milu, yours is even more incredible to me, she said. 95 level peak title Douluo. Chapter 175. The eve of the incident in the inn. As soon as Bibi Dong said these words, everyone in the audience looked at him in shock, except Huang Wei. What? 95 level peak title Douluo? Yu Guan and others exclaimed. This is really unbelievable. Jade Pumalu said, yes, His Majesty the Pope, his subordinates have reached the 5th level of peak title Douluo. All these are given by the Holy Sun. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes and saw through Milu's current cultivation level at a glance. Bibi Dong's current cultivation level has reached a very high level. It is very possible that he is already at level 98 or even level 99. This is just his guess and has not been confirmed. The specifics still need to be said by Bibi Dong herself. Bibi Dong said, very good. Our Wuhan Palace has added another title, Douluo General. This is a great happy event. She didn't ask why the other party could improve so quickly. This must have a lot to do with Huang Wei, and it must have a lot to do with a different space with a high flow rate. She was busy with her business before and couldn't spare time to enjoy giving it a try. She plans to try it later. Elder Milu, have you thought about your title? Bibi Dong asked. Milu immediately nodded and said, the Holy Sun bestows the title of Huan I on his subordinate. Okay. From now on, you are Huan I Douluo Milu. I will spread the word immediately and canonize you in the Pope's palace tomorrow. Bibi Dong nodded, very satisfied with Huan I's title. Thank you, Your Majesty the Pope. Milu slightly gratefully. As a person who came from behind, he was relatively humble. Congratulations, Elder Milu. It seems that the different dimension of the Holy Sun is very powerful. Now I can't wait. You Guan and Gui Mei spoke. Same goes for Salus. Don't worry, the three elders will know soon. Huang Wei smiled lightly. Wei, have you obtained the 8th soul ring? Bibi Dong said. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, teacher. Now I'm an 8th ring quasi-titled Douluo. As he spoke, with a thought, 8 soul rings appeared on his body. Black, red. The aura instantly suppressed the entire audience. Even though it was not the first time I saw it, it was still extremely shocking. This soul ring configuration is really scary. Your 8th soul ring, that's all. As long as you are fine, it's all your creation. I won't ask about it, my teacher. Bibi Dong's face was complicated, and his speech was a bit slow. Now she is ready to accept the test of Rakshasa God, and is almost ready. It just takes some time. But as she continues to accept tests and become stronger, she gradually feels that something is not right about her personality, and her entire personality is changing. Even she couldn't control this change. She became easily irritable and became more concerned about her rights and status than before. But thinking that Huang Wei was her direct disciple, she suddenly softened her heart. Such a young quasi-titled Douluo was not from the Khan family, but from her side, so she had no intention of getting rid of this person who threatened her throne. She was trying to keep a clear mind. Where do you plan to go next? Bibi Dong asked. The disciple plans to go to sea to find the 9th 100,000-year-old soul beast that is suitable for the disciple to use as a soul ring. Huang Wei said. Going to sea. Everyone was stunned. Bibi Dong said, the sea area is an uncontrollable factor. Even the spirit hall cannot control it. You will be in danger if you go there. Huang Wei said, teacher, have you forgotten that the disciple's martial spirit is a black turtle, which is good at crawling in the sea, and the disciple can breathe in the water? With the disciple's current strength, there will be no danger. Bibi Dong sighed. It's a pity that Turtle Douluo has fallen. It's better to let him follow you to protect you. Elder Milu will accompany you, but it will take a lot of time to search for things at sea, so you have to be mentally prepared, she said. Huang Wei nodded. I know all this, but before leaving, the disciple will stay on land for half a year and give the three elders a try on space training. There are also disciples who need to conquer other element schools and the sects behind them. That's very good. Without further ado, let's enter after the three elders have finished explaining things, especially those at home. Bibi Dong nodded and looked at Yuguan and the others. The three people in Yuguan nodded. We have already given instructions and can enter at any time. Well, let the three elders come in. As Huang Wei waved his hand, a crack appeared under a mysterious force. Three people entered it. I will lead the team to obtain the 7th soul rings of Sister Nana and the other 3. Huang Wei volunteered. Okay, be careful on the road. Bibi Dong felt relieved now. Soon, everyone left the Pope's palace and headed directly towards the Star Forest point outside the Stardao Forest. A carriage stopped. It was getting dark now. There is an inn not far away. Point. Everyone walked in. Let's go in and get something to eat. Huang Wei, Malu, Hulina, Ma Xianshan and others entered. Point. Huang Wei sat in one seat while the others went to order. The shopkeeper has already warmly entertained me. Point. These people look like they are super rich based on their clothes, and they must be well served. Point. These people must not be allowed to leave. Point. In addition to them, in the inn not far away, there was a group of muscular men talking and laughing around. Point. He raised his glass and drank. Point. These people looked fierce, with murderous intent on their bodies. Boss, are we going into the forest at night? Yes. Why are you afraid? No, it's just that the Stardao Forest has been very abnormal recently. There are constant waves of beasts that specialize in killing humans. The 2 teams that entered the day before yesterday have not come out yet. You don't have to look to see that they are definitely gone. Yes, boss. Do we need to consider this matter in the long term? After all, we also have families. These people continued chatting. Huang Wei ate fruit and listened to their chat. The few people who had finished ordering came back and sat at their seats and heard their words clearly. Suddenly, their eyes looked at Huang Wei and others, and they were whispering, didn't know what they were talking about, as if they had taken a liking to Huang Wei and his group. Point. Are discussing a decision. Point. But how could they avoid Huang Wei and Miller? That group of people is not simple. They are wearing such good clothes. They look like rich people. They must have a lot of gold soul coins in their pockets. Should we take action? I have a strong hunch that, as long as we are bold, the happiness of all of us in the rest of our lives will lie with them. In this case, we don't need to take such a big risk to hunt soul beasts in the forest for sale. They secretly glanced at Huang Wei and others. If you dare to say this, you are naturally confident. Point. After all, the cultivation level of each of them is not weak. Point. The most rubbish person has the cultivation level of a soul king. Point. The others are soul emperors, and the boss is a low level soul saint. Point. In their view, although such rich people will have bodyguards, they are definitely not their opponents. He immediately showed a malicious smile and responded to their words. I plan to do something big. If they behave, we will only take the money, otherwise we will kill them all. As for that woman, I want to have a good time. The boss showed a lewd smile and typed Morse code somewhere in his hand. Point. Chapter 176. It's hard to hit the iron wall. When will we do it? Someone asked in a low voice. Point. The boss closed his eyes and said nothing more. Point. All the younger brothers are all from the old world, so they naturally understand. Point. The boss naturally wanted to wait until they went to sleep before taking action. Holy son, do you need your subordinates to go over and deal with them? Milu asked. There is a level 73 soul saint, and the other 6 are either soul kings or soul emperors. It is indeed a very powerful team among the people. Huang Wei observed each other while eating the dishes served by the shopkeeper, waiter and others, muttering to himself, it's a pity that they are all a group of people who think life is very long. Ma Xianshan, soul saint, go and stop us. Sister Nana will leave the remaining 6 people to you for training. Are you confident that we can handle them? Huang Wei decided on this strategy and glanced at the 3 of them, seeking their opinions. These 3 people are not good people. It is not a good thing for those few people to offend them. It is bad luck. Point. Although the 3 of them are not soul saints, but only quasi soul saints, they are more than enough to deal with 6 soul masters, 1 soul king, and 5 soul emperors. Moreover, none of these 5 soul emperors are at level 69, and the highest level is only level 68. We have no problem. Just leave these people to us. We also have itchy hands, so it's time for these people to give it a try. My knife hasn't been stained with blood for a long time. Chapter 139. My black gold sword is just right for bleeding. Ma Xianchen, Hu Lina, Xiaoyu and Yan enjoyed it. Not the slightest bit of worry. When will we act? Ma Xianchen asked. Huang Wei said, if they take action, we will take action. If they don't move, we will not move either. After dinner, we will go directly to the Star Forest. They will definitely follow us. Night is the most exciting time when soul beasts appear, and it is also the best time to find the soul beast you need. Huang Wei said. Everyone ate quickly and moved on. After paying the money, he got up and walked directly outside the inn. Before leaving, he took a look at the ferocious men who were about to make a move. Boss, are they going to enter the Stardao Forest, or what should we do at night when the soul beasts are the most ferocious and there are the most? If this is the case, we really can't wait until sleep. Damn it, catch up and stop them. Since they don't sleep here, let them sleep in the forest. Everyone also got up and was about to leave. The shopkeeper was also shocked by their formation. He whispered, Masters, I can't control what you are doing. Our store is just a small business and does not accept credit. I hope you can be kind and pay for the meal first. Get lost. It's your shop's honor for our Blood Wolf sect to come to your place to eat. Do you want money or your life? The big man standing behind him showed the Blood Wolf tattoo on his body and looked at the shopkeeper fiercely. The shopkeeper was startled, swallowing his saliva, and his legs were going weak. Everyone, I'll give you this meal. I'll treat you. You guys go get to work. The shopkeeper is so angry at these hateful guys. We, the Blood Wolf sect, are not unreasonable people. Tell us how much this meal costs. Don't worry, mother-in-law, we still have important things to deal with. The boss's voice was indifferent. One gold soul coin. The shopkeeper raised his finger. The boss directly flicked the gold soul coin over and said, I'll treat you to a treat as a wish for our happy life in the future. Let's go. Go to work. Everyone was so excited that they felt like they had been hit with 100,000 volts, and they chased after Huang Wei and others in the direction they left. Point after a while, I caught up with him. Point, because Huang Wei and the others walked very slowly. Point, as soon as they came out, the 7 people activated their martial arts souls and soul rings. They surrounded Huang Wei and others with fierce momentum and ferocity. Guys, please stay. The boss came out of it and was very polite. Point, this boss looks like a cultured person at first glance. Point, understand what is meant by etiquette first and then attack. Point, Ma Xianchen walked up directly and said with disdain, you guys surrounded us in the middle of the night. What happened? However, he did not show his momentum. Point, the boss said, let me introduce myself. We are from the Blood Wolf sect. We value your money, so we plan to borrow some money. I guess you are so rich, so you won't refuse to borrow it, right? Ma Xianchen said calmly. What if we don't borrow it? Don't want to borrow it? That would be difficult. I can let you go, but it's hard to say whether the brothers behind me will. The boss sneered. The boss's voice was full of threats. In a word, either give me money or give me my life. Choose one. What nonsense are you talking to him about? Just kill him. Huang Wei said. Yes. Ma Xianchen's face darkened. His soul power surged. The power of the soul saint appeared. A big horse martial soul appeared, and he grabbed the boss directly. You guys who are short-sighted have offended the wrong person. Got it. At the same time, Hu Lina and the other 3 also activated their martial spirits, and without saying a word, they went straight towards killing the other 6 people. Be careful. These people are not simple. The boss's expression condensed. Point, he was delayed by Ma Xianchen. Point, the 2 have different levels of cultivation, but when it comes to fighting, they are evenly matched. Point, and Ma Xianchen's mission was completed, which was to contain this person. Point, the rest will be left to Hulina and the other 3 to kill. Huang Wei and Milu retreated to a place behind them, sat down, took out 2 halves of a large watermelon from the soul guide. 1 half for each person, and just ate, and watched. Point, become a melon eater ahead. Both sides were fighting fiercely. Point, after all, the opponent had a numerical advantage, and it was difficult for Hulina and the others to make a move for a while. Point, suddenly 4 people stopped them. Point, one of them, the Soul Emperor, had his sights set on Huang and Wei. Point, suddenly he launched an attack on the 2 of them. Gee, if I catch the opportunity, die, boy, hiss. Smile was very cold. Just when he thought he was about to succeed. Suddenly the J pomelo in the melon moved. This kind of little guy is not qualified for Huang Wei to kill him. Milu moved his hand, and a black sword shot directly towards the Soul Emperor's brain. The speed was so fast that the other party didn't react at all. The head was separated, and the head fell to the ground. He died very peacefully, and without any pain. My nerves had no time to react. Dead. When the other friends saw this, their smiles instantly froze. No, we have hit an iron plate. Retreat immediately. The boss reacted instantly and shouted, turn around and leave. At the same level, Ma Xianchen, who is not the main attacker, really can't defeat this guy who takes the initiative. Wuhan is a bloodthirsty demon wolf, which is not easy to deal with. On Hulina's side, when the three of them joined forces, they had already killed 2 people on the other side. One was the Soul King, and the other was the Soul Emperor. Anyone who is still alive on the other side should retreat immediately. You want to run away? Are you really stupid enough to think you can? Who? Lena's eyes flashed with a pink light, which was extremely charming. It is charming with a chilling and chilling feel. It makes people's hearts tremble with fear. Chapter 177 Fantasy Pink Orchid Basin. After finishing their work, everyone headed to the Star Forest. The dark forest environment reveals a sense of coldness and weirdness. The leaves on the surrounding branches were emitting irregular noises as everyone goes deeper. They will find other spirit beasts scurrying back and forth in the bushes from time to time. This time Huang Wei learned to be smart and would not reveal his aura easily, lest he attract powerful soul beasts like last time. He is not worried about attracting the Azure Bull Python. But if you attract Tishan, you need to be careful. But now he has an 8th soul ring and a 90 level soul power cultivation level. Even if the other party comes again this time, he doesn't need to worry. Now, only a person with demigod cultivation level can fight against it. When he absorbs the million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale queen and breaks through to the 99th level peerless Douluo, then his defense will be able to compete with the 100th level priest. Not even the 3rd level gods are afraid. However, the gods have the help of the divine throne, and to receive the power of the divine throne, they have entrusted the power of mortal soul masters. It is still unknown whether Huang Wei, who has not obtained the divine status, will be able to fight against him. He himself wasn't sure, but if he is given a random inheritance of a god, he will definitely be able to crush these gods. Therefore, the divine position is a shackle to measure the relationship between the 2. As long as the lock is open, everything is easy. If the lock won't open, then there will be a big problem. But you must underestimate the strength gap of this level, or even 10 levels, because that is an extremely huge height. The 3rd level god is based on Huang Wei's understanding of his previous life. The cultivation level is in the range of level 100 to level 110. Suddenly, everyone felt a cold and murderous intent coming from one side of their bodies. They turned and looked over behind the dark bushes. Lies a misshapen rockery. The direction from which the murderous intention came out was just below the rockery. A pair of cold red flames were exposed, exuding strong evil aura, and a tiger body half the size of a rockery was revealed under the moonlight at this moment. The cold flame-colored hair all over its body fell together. It was controlling its own breathing, exhaling evenly, wanting to get close to the prey and launch a quick and accurate attack from behind at any time. Its blood-smelling mouth opened, and 2 tiger teeth-like blades stretched out, with cold flames attached. The hair all over his body also exploded into the shape of a blade. It looks cool. It's a pity that it never expected that the other party would discover its existence earlier than it expected. The evil spirit of the tiger twines around the body and blooms no matter what, since it has been discovered. Then if it is discovered, it is right to kill. He stood up and jumped directly towards Huang Wei and others. Humph, little tiger, are you still trying to sneak attack? Milu sneered. Aura emerged from his body. The ball in his hand turned into a scepter, and he hit the head with a stick. At this time, Huang Wei, who had been observing the tiger in front of him, added, the 45,000-year cold flame blade tiger is just right for Zu's 7th soul ring, leaving 1 life. Milu, who rushed out, was stunned and quickly restrained the power on the scepter. Bang! After a crisp sound, the cold flame blade tiger howled and flew backwards, rolling away the grass and soil on the ground, and hitting the rockery behind it. Chapter 140. Where it was hit, gravel fell. He was very domineering at first, but now he has turned into a pitiful cat. It fainted, lost its ability to fight, and became a toy at the mercy of others. Milu flew over, and moved his fingers lightly. The scepter detached from his hand, turned into a big hand, pinched the cold flame blade tiger's body like a kitten, and returned. Throw it in front of everyone. Huang Wei said, Ziyu, let's do it. Ziyu nodded and smiled slightly. I'm so lucky. I was the first to get the soul ring. Yang pursed his lips and said, there's so much nonsense. Hurry up. If you don't want to suck it, I can suck it too. Anyway, except for plant soul rings. His martial soul can absorb all other soul rings. Not absorbing the plant soul ring does not mean that he cannot absorb it, but that he thinks that the soul skills that the plant soul ring can provide him are too weak, and he cannot appreciate it. Except for the strong ones. Of course, impossible. Z. You summoned the Wuhan Moonblade and struck directly at the cold flame blade tiger's brain. After a pop, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and bones shattered. The tiger's head fell to the ground, announcing the death of another soul beast. A black soul ring appeared. Ziyu began to absorb. The smell of blood here attracted the attention of various soul beasts around. Huan Milu looked at him coldly, and released the aura of a 95th level peak titled Douluo. The spirit beasts were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. Ziyu absorbs the soul ring. There was some pain on his face at first, because the spirit sea was resisting the resentment of the cold flame blade tiger. However, as time passed, his face soon became relaxed. The restless breath in the body also stabilized. One after another, soul rings appeared on his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. 7 soul rings are displayed. It's quite powerful in terms of momentum. But because they had seen Huang Wei's heaven-defying aura, their faces were all very plain. Let's go and find something else next, Huang Wei said. He was not interested at all in what kind of soul skills Ziyu would obtain. Ziyu calmed down from her excitement and realized that she was now a level 72 soul saint. As long as he uses the Holy Sun's space to practice crazily, he will surely become a Contra soon with his talent. Everyone continued to set off and went deep into the forest. There are 2 titled Douluo here, so there is no need to be afraid. Although Huang Wei only has 8 soul rings, he can now be directly defined as a titled Douluo, which is not an exaggeration at all. Soon, everyone came to a swamp. Huan Milu also learned to restrain his aura, especially since Huang Wei had warned that the aura of his 9th soul ring might attract the Azure Bull Python. Huang Wei came here this time just to help Hulina and the others hunt for the soul rings, and he didn't want to cause anything else, because he is tired. Passing through the large grass, what appeared in front of everyone was a natural basin surrounded by 4 or 5 mountains. Suddenly, thunder sounded, and thunder and lightning lit up the sky. Traces appeared one after another. Thunder poured into the mountain. Then a magical scene appeared. It was as if a power supply was connected to the mountain, and patches of pink light shone brightly one after another. It's very beautiful, but also very weird. Wow, so beautiful. Who? Lena is a woman, and she was immediately completely attracted by everything that happened in front of her. All eyes are filled with splendor. The grass beneath them also emitted light. Huang Wei frowned and said, Milu flew up to see what was going on. The more bizarre and beautiful the place is, the more sudden it is, the more dangerous it is. Huan Milu nodded and soared into the sky, his mental power sweeping around. It was discovered that there was a soul beast hidden in every place in this huge basin. Judging from the description of the body shape, it looks like a fox. No wonder this place looks so familiar. I remembered it. At this moment, Ma Xianshan heard a surprised sound. What do you mean? Hulina asked. Ma Xianshan said, I have read about this place in a book. It is the fantasy pink orchid basin in the Star Forest. It is the residence of a group of fantasy pink foxes. Chapter 178. Going to see Huang Wei. He said, I'm really lucky. I met the fox spirit beast so quickly. Let's see if there is anything suitable for you, Sister Nana. He raised his head and gave instructions to Huang Wei. Malu, go catch a magic pink fox that is between 30,000 and 50,000 years old. Yes. After Huang Wei nodded, he directly used his mental power to lock on all the soul beasts below. He quickly found the target, rushed down, and directly aimed at the phantom pink fox to suppress it. The surrounding phantom pink foxes sensed the arrival of a powerful human titled Douluo and were so frightened that they immediately ran away in a hurry. Huang Wei carried the magic pink fox to Hulina and put it down. He said, "This is a 45,000-year-old, just about the same as the evil moon." After Hulina thanked her, she was very satisfied. This thing suited her very well. So he took out the dagger, aimed at the vital part of the phantom pink fox, and stabbed it. With a pop, another soul beast passed away. Seeing the rising black soul ring in front of her, Hulina was extremely excited and quickly sat cross-legged to absorb it. About half an hour later, Hulina finally got it done. Her soul power has also been upgraded to level 72 like ZU. Then everyone continued to set off to find Yan. I searched like this all night with no results. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone set out from the temporary camp to search again. This fire attribute soul beast has not been so easy to find in the Stardew forest recently. Why don't you go to the next place to have a look? Huang Wei said. Huang Wei said, take another look. If it doesn't work, go somewhere else. After continuing to search for half an hour, no one found it, so they planned to just move to another place. But he saw a valley burning with raging flames not far away. Milu, go take a look. Huang Wei nodded. Milu immediately nodded and flew over. After a while, I saw Milu coming out with a large soul beast in his hand, his whole body covered in flames. Throw it in front of everyone. Said, this is a 35,000-year-old earth fire dragon. It is a sub-dragon type. Yan is suitable for you. Absorb it. Although the year is a little lower, it is consistent with the year absorbed in the 7th soul ring. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find a soul beast that suited him. He actually felt quite guilty inside. Now that he finally had a suitable one, he couldn't even get excited, so how could he dislike it? He nodded immediately, summoned the martial spirit, and killed the earth fire dragon who still had one breath left. Could feel that this thing was very powerful and very suitable for his martial spirit. So he began to absorb his martial soul. Another half hour passed. Yan wakes up. Successfully became a soul saint. However, the soul power is only level 71. After the hunting, everyone set off directly back to Wuhan City. Next, another half year passed. At this moment, Huang Wei was already 9 years old. There is only 1 year left before turning 10. Yu Guang and others came out of the different space reluctantly. Their soul power has made great progress now. Both of them are 97th level peak title Douluo. As for Salus, he also successfully broke through to level 95. The talent is still very good. But Huang Wei made the greatest progress, breaking through from the peak of level 95 to level 97, becoming a master in the ranks of Super Douluo. This did not disappoint Huang Wei. This person is the most loyal follower he has trained. As for Hulina and others, they also received huge improvements relying on their talents and qualifications after being transformed by the fairy grass and the time plugin with different space-time flow rate ratios. The soul power of the three of them has been greatly improved. One after another, they have broken through to level 80 Contra. Next, Yu Guan takes them to hunt for soul rings. Huang Wei took Huang Wei directly to the sea. The first stop was to Linhei City, Hanhei. On the way, Huang Wei was thinking about a very important question. The deep sea demonic whale king was a success especially reserved for him by the Poseidon. If he rashly went to hunt for it, would it arouse the other party's ideas? It seems that I need to go to Poseidon Island first, but the sea is so huge. How can I find the specific location of Poseidon Island? Huang Wei had such a question in his mind. Use mental power to explore. Chapter 141. The sea is so big, and there are many developed or even undeveloped islands in the sea, but it's not a big problem. Fortunately, I was well prepared before coming. Huang Wei showed a smile and took out a scroll with golden light from the soul guide point. This scroll records the specific location of Poseidon Island point, but this was more than 100 years ago point. Before he set off, he made a special trip to the enshrinement hall to inform Douluo of the news. Douluo was extremely shocked at the speed of Huang Wei's cultivation point. He is truly the first person in history. So I told him about Poseidon Island point. Douluo also gave the scroll of the location of Poseidon Island more than 100 years ago point. It's just that Poseidon Island is drifting in the sea. The location it was in more than 100 years ago may not still be there today point. No matter what, Huang Wei took it as a reference point. After the two prepared a large amount of food, they came to Hanhei City and played around for a while point. Afterwards, they boarded Wu Hundian's ship and equipped it with a boatman point. However, Huang Wei was very smart and erased the sign of Wuhan Palace point. Also, the clothes they were wearing were not from Wuhan Palace point after all. The people on Poseidon Island dislike and do not welcome people from Wuhan Palace. If the other party knows their identity, they will be kicked out. Although Huang Wei is not afraid, but he didn't want this unpleasant thing to happen. After all, he had just met and was kicked out. It was really an insult to the face of the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei planned to obtain the sea god's test first, so that he could naturally find the deep sea demon whale king, the million-year-old sea beast god point. In this way, they set off with uncertain goals. Before I knew it, a month had passed at sea point. Now in the surrounding sea, no island can be seen. It is just the endless sea and the blue sky. There are the same scenes all around, and everyone is completely tired of seeing them point. On the boat, Huang Wei barbecued, made hot pot, and formed a team to fight the landlord as usual point. Occasionally I go swimming and catch fish point. It's really an adventure to go. By the way point, we have already encountered 2 or 3 waves of pirate robberies on the way. However, all of them were easily killed by Huang, and in turn, they looted the things on the other party's ship. On this day, Huang Wei came to open the scroll in his hand again and took a look. His eyes, which were not awake, were squinting. Finally, he collapsed and said, "This sea is too big. Where are you on Poseidon Island?" Although this scroll is from more than 100 years ago, it's not so inaccurate. Just when Huang Wei looked unhappy, the weather suddenly changed in front of him. A powerful storm hit. The sky in front was covered with thick dark clouds, the wind was raging, and the sea water rolled up thousands of waves and attacked them. The sea surface twists and turns, no longer smooth. Chapter 179 Poseidon Island. If this continues, our ship will be torn apart by this powerful wind, and we will have no choice but to die in the sea. Holy son, what should we do now? Didn't he expect that we would be so unlucky, that we would encounter such an unlucky scene? The crew members on the ship were frightened, even though they often went to sea, because their martial spirits were not sea spirit masters. They still had a deep understanding and fear of the sea. Don't be impatient. No matter what happens, if you follow me, you won't die. Huang Wei looked at the scene in front of him, not afraid, but very calm. Whether this scene appeared in the original work or not, he was very confused. The man on the boat came up at this time with a serious look on his face and said, "We have encountered a demonic tide on the sea. This is a very dangerous area. We must leave, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. I told you, don't worry." Huang Wei looked at Huang and said, "Wrap your martial spirit around the entire ship and rush over." Huang was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what the Holy Sun meant. He summoned a martial spirit, and 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, black, and red appeared. When the last 100,000-year-old red soul ring came out, the entire aura underwent earth-shaking changes. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. 100,000-year soul ring. It turns out to be your majesty. Everyone immediately saluted. After living in Hanhei City for a long time, they almost forgot about this matter. Not long ago, Wuhan Palace canonized a new titled Douluo named Huang. That person must be the one in front of me. And it is said that he is the only confidant of the Holy Sun. Huang raised his hand and waved, and the black ball of thoughts expanded extremely and spread out, becoming very big. Like a black sky. The next second, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the entire ship was wrapped Driven by the fluctuations in soul power, a black mass in the sea rushed directly towards the demonic sea wave ahead. All the attacks, thunder, etc. that hit the black curtain were swallowed up and absorbed by the sky curtain point. The powerful force easily withstood the dual energy attack point. Although human beings have little power and cannot resist the disasters of nature, it also depends on the level of the disaster. Obviously, the power of this demonic tide is not as powerful as imagined. Tornadoes under the sea surface, although deadly, would theoretically sink in, but the opposite is often true. Under the oval shady screen, there is a force that acts as an isolation barrier between the shady screen and the tornado, protecting it from falling. This is Huang Wei's water control technique. About 30 minutes later, the ship successfully emerged from the tide. Everyone in the ship had no idea what was happening outside at the moment. The sky was covered. Only Huang Wei and Huanimilu could sense what was happening outside. After going out, Huanimilu nodded to Huang Wei. Huang Wei glanced at him and said, "The canopy inside the ship is cancelled. Lord, Holy Sun, if we can't find Poseidon Island, will we always be drifting on the sea?" The captain saw the light and was safe. He breathed a sigh of relief and then asked. Huang Wei did not answer immediately. "Let's talk about the future in the future." The captain understood and did not continue to ask, but led the way. Soon another night passed. That night, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door, knocked on the door of Huang Wei's room. Huang Wei woke up in a daze. Huanimilu and the side room also woke up from meditation. The first person to come to the owner of the footsteps was a crew member. "What's wrong?" Huanimilu asked. "Huanai, Crown, we found it. We found it. We found the island. I just don't know if it is Poseidon Island." The crew member pointed behind him and spoke hurriedly and excitedly. "Because of the rush, the sweat on my body has soaked my clothes, but some of the seawater is also there." Huanimilu was delighted. Found it? No matter what, he planned to go take a look first. Bang! At this time, Huang Wei's door was opened, and he rushed out and ran directly towards the deck. For more than a month, he looked calm, but inside he was more anxious than anyone else, wanting to quickly find Poseidon Island. So when I heard the crew member's words, I rushed out with excitement. Regardless of whether it is Poseidon Island or not, let's take a look first, before talking about it. After rushing up, Huang Wei saw the rest of the crew and the captain already standing on the deck waiting. The captain was looking ahead with a telescopic soul guide in his hand. Huang Wei grabbed it directly, and the captain expressed his innocence. Huang Wei looked through the telescope at the island in front of him. It is visually estimated that it is about 10 kilometers away from them. Because looking from here, the island is very small. However, Huang Wei's eyesight is better, and with the help of the telescope soul guide, I still saw the layout around the island clearly. The island is very prosperous, but there is a mysterious force blocking it from prying eyes. Huang Wei was overjoyed, put down the telescope, and kept muttering, "Yes, it must be. It must be Poseidon Island." Everyone is moving forward at full speed. Our 1-month goal is right in front of us, he shouted, exuding the aura of a powerful person. Yes, everyone was also extremely excited. After drifting in the sea for more than a month, all of they were eager to complete the mission and return home as soon as possible. Now that I finally see the end of the mission, I'm naturally very excited, speed up, and push forward with all my strength. An hour passed. The ship finally arrived in front of the pirates. Looking at the huge island in front of me, it is completely impossible to see through with the naked eye. It is really huge. It's also very luxurious up there, but it's blocked by a lot of things around it. There is a strange charm here. Holy Sun, do you think it is Poseidon Island? The captain said. Huang Wei said, "You can find out if you go up and ask." Huanimilu soared into the sky and planned to go over and ask someone. However, at this moment, the tide surged on the sea surface, and then a huge shark flew out, trying to swallow him up in one mouthful. Huanimilu was not a fool. He reacted instantly and struck out with one move. Under the loud rumbling sound, the sea surface shook. The shark flew to the edge of the island and turned into a human form. It's a female sea soul beast, and it's also a shark. Could it be her? If so, then there's nothing wrong. Huang Wei, observing the woman in front of him, muttered in his heart. Huang Wei raised his head and said, "This place is full of the power of faith. It must be Poseidon Island. You can't go wrong." Chapter 142. The thing in front of me is the demonic great white shark. Who are you? Soul masters from land? What's the matter with you coming to Poseidon Island? Xiao Bei's voice was cold, and he was very unhappy with these outsiders. This is indeed Poseidon Island. We are in the right place. Then who are you? Huanimalu said. I'm the guardian beast of Poseidon Island. The demonic great white shark. No matter what your purpose is, get out of here. Xiao Bei issued an expulsion order. Chapter 180. Poseidon's instructions. If you want us to leave, it's not something I can say. I need to ask our son. Huanimalu said indifferently, almost saying the word holy son that he often talked about. Before setting off, and on the ship, Huang Wei had paid special attention to Wu Hundian's identity, and he must not reveal his identity and call him the Holy Sun. So did the rest of the crew. Moreover, Huang Wei also used the power of seawater to wash away the Wuhan Palace aura from their bodies many times. Although this feeling like a criminal is unpleasant, everything is worth it for the inheritance of Poseidon. Once the inheritance is obtained, everything will no longer be a problem. Your young master? Huh, I don't care whether your young master is a young master or not. Leave immediately. Don't think you are a titled Douluo. I'm afraid of you. This is our territory of Poseidon Island. Land soul masters here can defeat you, even if they are at the level of our sea soul masters. Soul Douluo, Xiao Bei said coldly, holding his head high. Hello, we are here unexpectedly, so we naturally understand your difficulties. As far as we know, Poseidon Island is a place of faith, and we have great faith in Poseidon. We have long heard that Poseidon Island is a fairyland on earth. We went to sea to find it. It took me a year to find this place, so please hope that this beautiful soul beast lady can give us a chance to enter and observe. Suddenly, Huang Wei stepped off the boat and stepped on the water. There was a gentle wave of soul power on his body, and the water under his feet did not sink. This step is very incredible for Xiao Bei, a guy who has never experienced severe beatings in mainland society. And as long as Huang Wei shows piety, it will be very easy to deceive the other party. This is what Huang Wei discovered when he read the contents of his previous life novels. Huanimalu and the people on the ship understood immediately and looked very pious seeing this scene. Xiao Bei couldn't say anything. The other party's intentions are kind. If he drives him away again, his belief in Poseidon will be in question. What's more, they exist because they believe in Poseidon. The other party also had this intention and even searched for it for a year. She couldn't do it so well, so she nodded. Okay, for the sake of your sincerity, I can help you inform the big worshipper. If the great worshipper allows it, I won't stop you from entering Poseidon Island. But if the great worshipper doesn't allow it, then I'm sorry, but you won't be able to enter no matter what. Hearing this, Huang Wei's heart sank. I wonder how that guy Bosegsi would choose, but his appearance did not change at all. He nodded and smiled softly. Thank you, we will be waiting here. Xiao Bei's liking for Huang Wei has increased, not because he is polite. So he turned around and left. Huanimalu also returned to Huang Wei's side, narrowed his eyes, and asked, Young master, we are waiting here. What if the big worshipper in the other party's mouth doesn't agree? Urgent matters need special treatment. Huang Wei's voice became low and low. He is not afraid of Bosei. Although the other party is only a demigod. If he really wanted to confront the opponent now, even the demigods would not be his opponent. His primary goal is to obtain the soul ring of the deep sea demonic whale king. Huanimalu understood immediately. Huang Wei knew that Wuhan Palace sent people to conquer the people here before, and they fought a fierce battle. But there was no result. Because the opponent still has the advantage at sea. But it's a pity that Wuhan didn't have such a powerful and heaven-defying plugin at that time. Otherwise, Poseidon Island will definitely be captured. That battle also resulted in the loss of 2 titled Douluo. None of the other soldiers came back. This is the power of Poseidon Island. Win with martial arts and geographical advantages. Xiao Bei was very fast and arrived in front of the central worship hall of Poseidon Island through a shortcut. On it is a statue of a beautiful woman with her hands crossed, facing Poseidon, the god of the sea, with a pious expression, praying. This is what she needs to do every day as a great priest. I've seen a big offering. Xiao Bei first said hello after appearing. When Bosexy prays, he doesn't pay attention to what's happening in the outside world and is very focused. Therefore, the scene where Huang Wei and others arrived just now was not discovered. She slowly opened her eyes. She was completely beautiful. He turned to look at the visitor below and said curiously, Xiao Bei, what are you doing here? Her voice is light and ethereal, like a dream, sweet and pleasant. Xiao Bei informed her of what happened outside. Ask for the other party's decision. Bosexy frowned, waved the trident in his hand, and a scene appeared in front of him. It is formed by condensation of seawater. The characters in the picture are Huang Wei and others waiting quietly outside Poseidon Island. In that boat. At the same time, Huang Wei's expression outside changed. For no other reason than that, he felt that someone was spying on them. Following the feeling, he raised his head and looked over. He thought to himself, is it you, the great worshipper Bosexy, who is spying on us? No, it must be you. No one else. Finally, he decisively confirmed this idea in his heart. Bosexy inside was a little surprised when he saw the other party's instant reaction. However, at this moment, her expression changed slightly. Between his thoughts, a voice came into his mind. She decisively turned around and looked at the statue of Poseidon, the god of sea, in front of her. After making a pious gesture, she said slowly, let them come in. Lord Poseidon has given permission. But only those two people. Lord Poseidon? Xiao Bei was surprised and then happy. She had really seen Poseidon, the god of the sea, and she really knew him. It was the other party who made her a guardian beast, and he is kind to their family. So he immediately performed a ritual in front of the statue of Poseidon, the god of the sea. I know, let's do it now. Xiao Bei left. She was extremely shocked inside. Lord Poseidon would personally speak to let those people in when he entered. Who are those people? People waiting outside. After seeing Xiao Bei return, Huang Wei asked, how is the situation? You are lucky. Lord Poseidon has allowed you to enter. Come with me. Xiao Bei said. Huang Wei showed a satisfied smile. It seems that a discord can be avoided. However, only you two can enter, and no one else can. Xiao Bei added what he had just forgotten. Huang Wei waved his hand, and a circle of red soul rings appeared. As the soul power was inspired, a space crack appeared, taking everyone in. The next time, you can practice here. This is a rare blessing. You must make good use of it, and don't waste it. Huang Wei's voice in the different space reached everyone's ears, and everyone immediately took orders. Huang Wei's goal has been achieved. These people are no longer useful on some level. As for the way back, Huang Wei doesn't need to worry. However, Xiao Bei looked shocked. A red 100,000-year-old soul ring? No, it's still a 10,000-year-old soul ring. It's just very close. But, this, how can it be? At this moment, Xiao Bei and Bosexy, who were observing, said these four words. Chapter 181 9 Tests of Poseidon. In Poseidon Island, the beautiful scenery is in full bloom, with all kinds of exotic vegetation, soul beasts, and the residences of local residents. It is truly the holy land of all Poseidon soul masters, and it is the only one. The various grand scenes here cannot be seen outside. Following Xiao Bei's steps, Huang Wei and Huan Imalu could not take their eyes away, taking everything on the road into their eyes and memories. It's so beautiful to sigh. At this moment, a man wearing light blue fish scale armor walked over. His long hair is also blue and neatly draped behind his head. Xiao Bei, let me do it. The man said with a slight smile. Xiao Bei said, hey ma, why are you here? Are you not guarding your holy pillar? Of course it is the order of the great enshrinement. The person who came was none other than Kaba, one of the 7 sacred pillars. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. Xiao Bei nodded, turned and left. After Haber waited for Xiao Bei to leave, he looked at the two people in front of him, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said lightly, you two, your real purpose of coming to my Poseidon Island is definitely not to believe in Poseidon. Please tell me your purpose. This was also the reason why Dashi asked him to test it out specifically. After all, Xiao Bei is a bit cute and naive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. It wasn't these two people, but the young man who was the leader. Huang Wei naturally understood that the other party came to test the two of them. But the other party gave me this step, so there was no need to explain anything. But we can't be too straightforward, otherwise we will be fools. He said, Your Majesty Seahorse, we are really here for the name of Poseidon. In addition, I heard that there can be Poseidon's test on Poseidon Island. We want to give it a try. Haha, it's true. Come with me. The great minister has told me that you can try the test. As for what level of test you can get, it depends on your luck. Kaba understood, but did not point it out. He turned around and led them directly towards the Kaba pillar. Arriving in front of the seahorse holy pillar, he stopped, turned around and said, Before you accept the test, I need to test your strength. You can only accept it after you have reached it. Otherwise, it will just be a waste of time. What is the test under the seahorse crown? Huang Wei asked. Activate your martial soul, unfold your soul power, and tell me your age. Hamer said. You come first. Huang Wei looked at Milu. Milu nodded. Kaba frowned, and didn't understand why the other party didn't take the initiative to come first. At this time, Milu's thoughts moved, and a powerful soul power emerged. The black ball of thought was suspended on his body, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red rose from his feet. 100,000-year soul ring, a titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring. Kaba was startled and subconsciously stepped back. The aura of the man in front of him was even more powerful than him. You are already a titled Douluo. Why are you here to test? Seahorse God took a breath and asked after calming down. Milu said, Coming here with my young master, doesn't it mean that you can't test yourself if you have reached the title of Douluo? Who are you? Kaba's face was extremely solemn. A terrestrial soul master can still possess 100,000-year soul ring, and even his soul power is much higher than him. This person is definitely not an ordinary force on land. Could it be that he is from Wuhan Palace? Thinking of this, his expression changed drastically. We are members of a hidden sect, and it is not convenient to disclose it, Huang Wei said. Hidden world sect? Kaba was stunned. If so, it has nothing to do with Wuhan Palace. How old are you? Kaba looked at Milu. Milu said, I'm 39 years old this year. Kaba was shocked by the other party's age. After being immersed in it, he said, It's a pity that you are over the age and cannot pass the trial test. Our test must be under the age of 18. He was struck. The other party was titled Douluo when he was only 39 years old, and he was still so powerful that he felt like his entire cultivation had been transferred to a dog. Milu, the 97th level Super Douluo, is no joke. But unlike other Super Douluo, he lacks a lot of combat experience, so whenever there is an opportunity, Huang Wei will train him to fight. It doesn't matter, as long as my young master is satisfied. Milu was a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered. As long as Huang Wei can pass the test of the gods, then everything will not be a problem. With that said, he had already gathered back his soul power and soul ring. Returned to normalcy. How old are you? Hamer looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei said, I'm 9 years old this year. 9 years old. Okay, it's your turn. Kaba said. Huang Wei nodded. With a thought, the soul power in his whole body surged instantly. A huge black turtle appeared on him, standing tall and unyielding. A roaring turtle roared into the sky. On Huang Wei's body, a soul ring instantly rose. Black, red. The moment the domineering and terrifying soul ring rose, it was as if there was another god and demon in the world. Kaba's eyes widened. He was extremely frightened. He was sweating profusely, and his body kept moving backwards. He looked like he was frightened. 8 ring soul Douluo, and there are so many 100,000-year soul rings. The starting point is 10,000 years. No, this soul power aura is a bit strange. Level 90. Have not obtained the 9th soul ring yet. Caber's frightened voice kept getting delayed, like a video cassette point at the same time. This scene also shocked the entire Poseidon Island. The other guardians of the 6 sacred pillars, the soul beasts and residents on the island, and the great worshipper in the worship hall were also alarmed by this terrifying soul power. All eyes were looking in the direction of the hippocampus. A strong enemy is coming. The remaining 6 sacred pillar guardians, who were unaware of the situation, stood up and flew over their point. Huang Wei immediately calmed down and returned to normal. Martial spirits belong to the turtle family. In a sense, they are our sea spirit masters. How does one cultivate such a talent? If he already has the inheritance of the gods, why does he come to Poseidon Island again? Who are you? In the worship hall, the great worshipper Bosaxi was shocked, and his eyelids twitched. She had a hunch that, if the other party was of the right age, and Lord Poseidon personally said it, this kid is likely to get the 9 legendary tests of Poseidon. At that time, with the opponent's talent, it is very likely that he will really have a chance. She didn't want to die so early. Before she found Tang Chen. At this point, a profound thought arose in her heart. Are you really 9 years old? Caber at the scene asked directly. The other guardians who arrived at the same time have already arrived. What just happened to Caber? Yes, such powerful soul power is released from you. We all thought a powerful enemy was coming. Everyone spoke one after another. Yeah. Huang Wei ignored the visitor and looked at Caber and nodded slightly. Caber gasped after confirming. Said, follow what I just did. You can do it. Without saying a word, Huang Wei directly pressed his hand on the seahorse pillar and injected soul power into it. The next second, or thud. The shadow of Poseidon appeared on Poseidon Island, and a ray of light shot directly from a trident. With the help of the seahorse pillar, he entered between Huang Wei's eyebrows. A blue trident pattern is formed. It's the Poseidon trident. 9. Poseidon exams. At the same time, a divine voice echoed through Poseidon Island. Chapter 180. To the divine test begins. 9 Poseidon exams. Everyone was shocked. What kind of test is this? They looked confused. This was the first time they had encountered it. In previous years, I had never even heard of it. At this time, a charm appeared. A misty aura spread in front of the holy pillar sacrosanct. A figure with divine brilliance came through the air. The Poseidon's 9 tests are Poseidon's personal test of him, and the inheritance test for the position of God. It's normal that you don't know, because this is the first time for me to see it. A light and clear voice sounded. Big offering. Seeing this, Caber and others performed a ritual, pious and respectful. Huang Wei looked over and thought to himself, she is Bosaxi. She is indeed beautiful. She is one of the 3 peerless Douluo. Huang Wei felt the aura emanating from the other party, and his pupils suddenly condensed. Breathing slowed down slightly. The opponent's aura is so strong. He is the strongest person he has ever encountered except the Holy Sun. After all, he had never seen Kai and Aoliu, the great enshrinement of Wuhan Palace. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such an idea. With his current 97th level titled Douluo cultivation, he was so insignificant under the opponent's aura of walking on thin ice. Out of respect for the strong, he slowly lowered his head subconsciously, even just a little bit. Huang Wei raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party. What the great minister just said. The 9 tests of Poseidon is a test for me personally by Poseidon, a test for the position of inheritance. What does that mean? Act a little confused. Bosaxi said, the meaning is just like the words. That is, you have been selected as the inheritor by Lord Poseidon to train. At the same time, this is also a test that you cannot turn back. Everyone frowned, a test of no return. Bosaxi nodded. Yes, if the other colors fail the test, they won't die, she said in a serious tone. But you were selected by Poseidon to take the 9 exams. Then you have only one choice, and that is to only succeed, and not to fail. Huang Wei said, if you fail, you will die. Bosaxi nodded and said with an extremely serious face, from now on, the word failure cannot exist in your mind, otherwise I will do it myself. I understand. Huang Wei said calmly. He wouldn't take everything Bosaxi said to heart, because he is not afraid of the other party at all. What's more, he never fails. Chapter 144. Bosexy said, next, you don't need to salute anyone in the entire Poseidon Island, including me. During the assessment period, and until the end, all your expenses here are free. Kaba will arrange the best room for him, Bo. Sexy looked at Kaba. Kaba nodded, yes, Bo. Sexy looked at Milo and said, as for you, you can continue to stay on Poseidon Island, to accompany him to complete the assessment, but you cannot help. Young master, you don't need me to take action. Huanaimalu said. It couldn't be better. After Bosexy said that, he turned around. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Huang Wei's mind, and it was Poseidon's. The first of the 9 Poseidon exams will begin in a week. Pass through double Poseidon's light and climb the 333 steps. Reward, Poseidon affinity 5%. The deadline is to be completed within half a year. What is the content of your assessment? Bosexy turned back and asked. Huang Wei tested her on what he heard in his mind. Bosexy was stunned and couldn't believe it, but he thought about the other party's cultivation level and age. I felt relieved instantly. Bosexy said, then you work hard and complete the first level first. During this period, in addition to helping you complete the exam, if you need anything other than helping you to complete the exam, you just need to talk to Kaba. It is within our capabilities. We'll help you complete it. Soon. A week passed. Huang Wei had already arrived at the stairs of Poseidon's light under the leadership of Haber. This ladder is really long and high. There is no saying here that soul skills cannot be used, so Huang Wei directly activated his martial soul and soul ring and rushed forward without any reservation. The terrifying power was suppressed instantly, but it still couldn't stop Huang Wei's steps. This coercion fell on him vaguely. It's like walking on thin ice. No threat at all. In this way, Huang Wei continued to attack. Keep climbing. The turtle shell enveloped him, easily offsetting the pressure. Time passed, and Huang Wei had easily reached the 100th floor. He still didn't feel any pressure. Keep climbing. The seahorse below was extremely shocked. The other party is so terrifying. Kaba was shocked. How could he be so relaxed? That's double the Poseidon's light. It doesn't feel like it exists on him. Time continues to pass. Huang Wei quickened his speed and passed by with a stick of incense. His figure has reached the 333rd level indicated by the mission. The next second, Huang Wei felt a mysterious power rising throughout his body. But it feels like nothing much has changed. Now he is in urgent need of the 9th soul ring. Bosexy was also horrified by the speed at which Huang Wei completed his mission. Only those who have experienced the light of Poseidon can understand the horror of this pressure. Moreover, Huang Wei received a reward for over-fulfilling the task. The 3rd soul ring on his body changed from black to red directly. Completely transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. It finally became a 100,000-year soul ring. Not bad. Huang Wei smiled. Now he is equipped with black, red, 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 red. Very horrible. He had a hunch that, if he continued to test, his 1st and 2nd soul rings would transform into a 100,000-year soul ring. Then you will be truly invincible. Take a rest for a week, and start the 2nd Poseidon test. At this time, the voice sounded in Huang Wei's mind again. Then another week passed. Huang Wei's 2nd test begins. Break through the ring blockade. Without killing any sea soul beast, break through the blockade on the ring C. Reach the other side. No soul ring skills are allowed to be used. Reward, Poseidon affinity 5%. Arriving at the examination place, Huang Wei used soul bone skills, invincible golden body and teleportation alternately. Mentioned easily. Time continued to pass, and before he knew it, Huang Wei had completed the 4 tests of Poseidon. Previously, he accompanied Xiao Bei to kill the evil killer Whale King. As a reward, Huang Wei directly absorbed his soul ring and assigned it to the 2nd soul ring. The 2nd soul ring gained a huge amplitude. The breakthrough reached 100,000 years. As for the 9th spirit ring, he planned to use it to absorb the deep sea demonic Whale King. The evil killer Whale King's level was not high enough for him to break through to level 99 peerless Douluo, so he was despised by him. After obtaining the left leg bone, Huang Wei absorbed it without hesitation. Now he has 4 soul bones all over his body. Right arm, right leg, left leg. All are at a level of 100,000 years or above. As long as the torso bones and head soul bones are collected, There will be 6 pieces. At that time, maybe you can make a soul bone package armor of your own. Except for these 6 parts of the soul bones, the rest of the soul bones are in the form of external soul bones. A person can absorb more than 6 pieces on his body. It's just a question of whether it can be encountered. Next, Huang Wei will take the 5th test. Within 30 hours, the 7 holy pillars were defeated. This was even more difficult than Tang San's exam. Chapter 183 Battle with the 7 holy pillars. Battle with both ACC dragons, sea spears, sea turtles, sea horses, sea ghosts, starfish and sea nymphs. Here are the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars, from strong to weak. Down in sequence. Who do you want to challenge? At this time, Kaba asked. In front of Huang Wei is a large square of the 7 sacred pillars. All 7 of them are already together. Huang Wei looked at it and said calmly, "We don't have much time. Let the 7 of you go together and show your true skills, otherwise you will have no chance." When the 7 people heard this, they immediately laughed out loud and felt humiliated. What? An arrogant guy. 7 of us join forces. You and Contra can't win, and the content of your assessment can be promised. See? Dragon Douluo said. To Huang Wei he said, "Sorry, my 5th test is to challenge the 7 of you to join forces." He didn't make it clear just now. What? Master Poseidon thinks so highly of you. Everyone was extremely surprised. Huang Wei did not continue to talk nonsense and directly released his martial soul and 8 heaven-defying soul rings. Huang Wei did not continue to talk nonsense and directly released his martial soul and 8 heaven-defying soul rings. Wei said calmly, "Seniors, stop talking nonsense and get started." Black red. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Although it's not the first time I've seen it. But I was still deeply shocked when we met again. It's really unbelievable. A Contra has this configuration. If so, then we won't be polite. Superior. The 7 of them were a little unhappy. After all, they were looked down upon by Lord Poseidon. This battle must bring back this face. The 7 of them worked together, activated their martial spirits, and attacked Huang Wei directly. Huang Wei just stood there, shrouded in a layer of turtle shell, with a calm and confident look on his face. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all 7 people's attacks landed on the turtle shell. But there was no sign of destruction at all. The turtle shell is as stable as a mountain and intact. What? The 7 people were shocked. Tried attacking again, but still the same. The 7 finally realized the terror of each other. He quickly summoned the martial arts soul's true form. Use the 9th soul skill and blast directly towards the turtle shell. Click. However, at this moment, the guard of the holy pillar holding the sea weapon spirit in his hand, broke the weapon into 2 pieces. How is it possible? Now that my martial spirit is broken. The faces of the people whose martial souls were chopped off looked in disbelief. The 7 men continued to attack vigorously. Chapter 145. Martial spirit's true form. Suppress it. Huang Wei had to continue playing with these people, and looked at the time. In fact, there were still many more. When these people were tired from fighting, he would take action. The terrifying pressure was suppressed on the 7 people. 7 people shouted. Lying on the ground unable to move. Huang Wei really seems to have included all these people in space. This is a very good fertilizer, but in the end I didn't do it. In his hand, a large green ball exploded directly outside the turtle shell. Not good. Boom. Ah. There was a loud explosion that resounded throughout the world, followed by wailing screams. The bodies of the 7 people flew out. He was severely injured and almost died. All had severe internal injuries. There is a shield on them. Immediately afterwards, in the frightened, ferocious and painful eyes of the 7 people, Bosexi, the owner of the shield, arrived. Big offering. Some people couldn't bear it anymore and passed out. Bosexi was also shocked by Huang Wei's strong defense and attack power. She looked at Huang Wei with a questioning tone. "You are obviously sure of victory. Why do you still want to make such a deadly move?" She had really noticed the energy just now. If she hadn't taken action in time, all 7 of them might have been wiped out. Even she was a little afraid. Why would someone with a Contra level be afraid of a demigod like her? Who is this person in front of me? Just now, she still used the power of the demigod Poseidon to barely dispel and block the energy in everyone's body. Death was avoided. But even so, there are still serious injuries on the 7 people. It seems that it will take a while to recover from the injury. These 7 people can guard the sacred pillar, and there will be some trouble next. Bo Saxi thought to himself, letting such a person become a god might be a disaster, plus she doesn't want to die. So she had murderous intentions. It's such a scourge, why not find an opportunity to completely solve it? At the same time, Poseidon's voice also sounded. The rewards for passing the level were distributed to Huang Wei. At the same time, a ray of Poseidon's power fell from the sky, shining on the 7 injured people. The 7 of them felt so comfortable, indescribably comfortable. Fantastic. Their injuries gradually recovered. The pain also gradually disappeared. At this time, Huang Wei answered Bo Sax's words, I must ensure that no accident will happen. If I fail the assessment, I will face death. And I'm 1 against 7, which consumes a lot of money on me. There is no room for it. Lose. Hailong stood up and said, Great worshipper, no need to say more. It's because our skills are inferior to others. 7 people, 7 titled Douluo, and 7 holy pillars joined forces, but they were no match for a single contra on the other side. Moreover, the opponent still won this match with an absolute advantage. If I continue to say anything now, it will be even more embarrassing. You should go back and practice well. After hearing this, Bo Saxi looked at everyone's expressions in those words, and understood what his 7 subordinates meant, and then sighed. Bo Saxi looked at Huang Wei. Next, the person you need to face in the 6th test is me. When do you plan to come? Huang Wei nodded. Well, my 6th test is to hold on to 2 sticks of incense under your hands. He said, let's do it now. I don't have a problem. Okay. Bo Saxi was thinking about taking action against him. I didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and agreed immediately. It's just a good opportunity to solve it. Without saying a word, she jumped up, holding a trident, and a vigorous force emerged. The Poseidon martial spirit emerged from her body. This is a martial spirit specially formulated for her by Poseidon, the god of the sea. The only first one in the world. Huang Wei directly activated his martial spirit avatar, and stood still. Bo Saxi waved the huge trident. It was a light force, but it contained the power of killing. It is extremely domineering, and it is impossible for ordinary people to resist what follows. The 7 saint pillars and others quickly retreated. Looking at the battle in front of them, they all thought Huang Wei was crazy. They naturally know how powerful the Great Enshrinement is. Although Huang Wei can defeat them together, he may not be Da Chang's opponent. Strange enough, is it not necessarily true? Huan Milu, who was watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. He felt the malicious intent behind Bo Sax's attack. Killing intention? Why is there killing intention? Huan Milu thought to himself. Not only him, but Huang Wei, who was fighting Bo Saxi, could experience at best. Bo Saxi showed no mercy every time he struck. Really planning to take his life. Since you want to kill me, I won't be polite. He thought to himself. Directly use the 8th soul skill, supporting the wrath of heaven. A terrifying image appeared. The huge black turtle roared, and its 4 limbs turned into huge skies covering a 2-kilometer radius. Then the number flourished, and a popular attack that looked like the annihilation of the world fell. Bo Saxi was startled, and his expression changed. Chapter 184. The 6th test is over. All 8 rings are red. Bo Saxi also used the 8th soul skill. While fighting, try to attack and break through. What surprised her was that the 8th soul skill didn't break the opponent's 8th soul skill. She quickly dodged away, avoiding the fact that the ground around her was suffering unprecedented destruction. The 9th soul skill. Bo Saxi raised his trident, and the powerful demigod power swept over the entire audience. Under the loud rumbling sound and the fierce explosion, Huang Wei's 8th soul skill, the wrath of the sky, was finally broken. Her 9th soul skill was also annihilated in the explosion. Bo Saxi's heart was in turmoil, and he was not very stable about the murderous intention in his heart. Since the other party is so powerful. Only she managed to die together by using Poseidon's demigod power. Huang Wei used teleportation to avoid the energy shock wave of the explosion. His face was also surprised by the power of Bo Sax's 9th soul skill. More than I expected, but within my expectations after all. It's not the real wrath that upholds the sky. Huang Wei sighed softly. This is just a simulated version. The true wrath of the sky will probably destroy this universe. Dad. Worshipper, do you want to continue fighting? Huang Wei looked at her. There's not enough time, so let's continue naturally. Bo Seixi recovered from the shock, and his cold voice slowly sounded. Huang Wei kindly reminded me, okay, next, I will use my strongest power, otherwise you won't even be able to break through my defense. I'll help you. Bo Seixi snorted coldly, feeling so embarrassed. In any case, he is a demigod, and he couldn't defeat the opponent, even if he used such methods, and it seemed that it was just a draw. If this continues, the time will soon come. Because the time for one stick of incense has passed, there is still one more stick left to make. If she couldn't kill Huang Wei within this stick of incense, or let the opponent defeat the opponent, and let the opponent fail the test, then she would never have a chance to take action again. As for the subsequent test, she will naturally help, because Poseidon will pay attention. She didn't dare take any more risks, so she no longer waited, raised the trident in her hand, and the power of the Poseidon and demigod surged, quickly and crazily condensing into a bright blue light spot. Although the light spot is small, it is very simple, but it contains infinite power, the strongest and most domineering blow, light, of God's wrath. Bo Seix's ethereal voice echoed throughout the world. Huang Wei's face condensed slightly. The most powerful one has been recruited. What a terrifying power this must have mobilized the power left by the sea god Poseidon in this world. This time he didn't dare to be careless. Ice. And fired Dragon King strike. Huang Wei stepped up in one step, wrapped his left arm with powerful dragon power, and released the swastika. One fire and one ice. Two huge red and blue Dragon King shadows reflected on his body. Ho. Ho ho. Chapter 146. Two dragon roars mingled together, causing the heaven and earth to shake. This is more terrifying than when Huang Wei used it to deal with Dishan. That time was completely incomparable to this one. Between the two dragons, the power of the black turtle emerges, and mysterious runes condense in the void. During this time, he not only completed the test, but also cracked one of the mysterious runes named swastika. Under the swastika, the enhanced power will be completely released. Just like that, Shuanglang attacked and went straight to Huanglang's momentum. Boom. The two moves collide. The entire Poseidon Island and the surrounding sea area of dozens of kilometers were shaking violently. Go back quickly and activate the 7 sacred pillars to protect the creatures on Poseidon Island. Hailong's expression changed drastically, and he shouted immediately. Everyone was blown away by the initial energy explosion. With a look of horror on his face, he immediately chose to leave this place. Uanimalu also left quickly. Bo Seixi insists on energy diffusion. If this continues, the entire Poseidon Island will be severely damaged. Even if the 7 sacred pillars were opened, the speed is limited, and it might be too late to block them all. Huang Wei took the initiative to speak out, and gave the other party a step down. Great worshipper, if this continues, I think you don't want to see the outcome of the entire Poseidon Island. How about we stop together, and you let me pass this 6th test? How? At the same time, circles of holes appeared in the sky around Bo Seixi, from which huge water columns continued to shoot out. Moreover, Huang Wei also used suppression skills, and Bo Seixi was obviously in great difficulty now, because she had to focus on 4 things. Her energy was forced to be dispersed. One is to maintain the collision of the light of God's wrath, and the other is to prevent the energy from spreading and destroying Poseidon Island. 3 uses to resist the surrounding water column attack. 4 uses dispersed power to resist the pressure on his body, and it can't be done with ordinary strength, so it requires the power of a demigod. Gradually, Bo Seixi was completely at a disadvantage. Huang Wei managed it thoroughly. Hearing this, Bo Seixi looked at the beautiful Poseidon Island around him, and finally sighed. Okay, I promise you. She also gave up the idea of killing Huang Wei. Because it simply can't be done. The other party was far more powerful than she expected. It seems that it is destined that the other party will become a god. That's fine. After guarding the Poseidon inheritance for so many years, I'm tired of staying in this place. Let's take this opportunity to end this fate. So the two stopped together. The turmoil was stopped only by forced intervention. When the 7 sacred pillars saw this, as well as the rest of the living beings on Poseidon Island, they also breathed a sigh of relief. In the peaceful battle square, both Sexy slowly landed after their eyes met. She looked at the time left for half a fragrance. Decisively, he turned around and prayed to the Poseidon statue. "Dear Poseidon, I'm sorry, I lost." After saying that, she closed her eyes, and thousands of flooded her mind. There are still 3 exams left before her death. If the opponent is fast enough, then I might still be 1 or 2 years away from death. She also calculated this based on the time and speed Huang Wei passed the thoughts test. Congratulations, Inheritor, you have completed the 6th Poseidon test and gained 20% affinity. At the same time, you will be rewarded with 50,000 years of promotion for each soul ring. As the voice of Poseidon fell, a blue light entered Huang Wei's body. The Poseidon trident on his forehead shone brightly. Then a powerful force spread on Huang Wei's body. The first black soul ring suddenly mutated into red for 100,000 years. Although the other soul rings are also red, the increased pressure is even more powerful. At this moment, the 8 soul rings in Huang Wei's body have realized all the configurations that have lasted 100,000 years. Both Sexy looked envious when he saw this. There is no need to think too much about the other party's last soul ring. It must have started 100,000 years ago. But the other party did not absorb the previous evil killer whale king as the 9th soul ring. Your 9th soul ring plans to absorb that soul beast, Bo Sexy said, looking in the direction of a sea area. As a high priest, she naturally knew that one of the subsequent tests would be to kill the deep sea demonic whale king. This is also the reason why Lord Poseidon did not kill the other party before he became a god. They were kept to be fattened and then killed by the heirs. I must have guessed this. Before I came here, I knew that there was an incredible king of soul beasts in the legendary sea area, the million-year deep sea demonic whale king, Huang Wei said. Chapter 185. The 8th test. Bo Sexy said, is this the goal you just came here for? Huang Wei said, this is one of the reasons, and this test is also one of them. I just didn't expect that I would be chosen to take the Poseidon 9th test. Bo Sexy, do you think this is human language? The 7th exam will begin in 1 month. The content of the 7th test is to pull out the divine weapon, the Poseidon Trident. Obtaining the approval of the Poseidon Trident will reward you with 15% Poseidon affinity. A familiar voice came into Huang Wei's mind. Bo Sexy took a deep look at Huang Wei and said, the 7th test will begin in a month. You should go and rest. After saying that, she turned and left. Huang Wei also left here with Huan Milu. Next, it's another month of rest for Xianyu. Huang Wei was looking forward to pulling it out and going to fuck the million-year-old deep sea demon whale king. In this case, he could blatantly absorb the 9th soul ring, leave this place, and return to the mainland. As for the 9th test, he needed to delay it because he needs to go back and complete the unification. If he completes the 9 exams and inherits the divine throne and becomes a god, he will most likely be restricted by the rules of the divine world. Huang Wei picked up a cup of strange tea, took a sip, stood up and walked to the balcony, murmuring softly, I don't know what is happening outside now. No matter what, you enemies are waiting for me to come back. My great appearance will come to you. Huang Wei looked into the enshrining hall. 1 month has come, and here I come. The sacred weapon Poseidon Trident walked over there. Outside the hall, the great worshipper Bo Sexy has been waiting here for a long time. She knew that Huang Wei guy would not delay. Today is the day to take on the challenge of pulling out the Poseidon Trident. I wonder if he can pull it out in one go. Bo Sexy murmured, a little hopeful. Since the ending cannot be changed, let everything take its course. The Poseidon Trident weighs 108,000 kilograms. It was very difficult for her to even pick it up. At this time, the sound of light footsteps came out. Bo Sexy had already sensed it when Huang Wei stepped into this place. Huan Milu didn't accompany Huang Wei during this period of time because he was ordered by Huang Wei to take advantage of the resources available for cultivation here. At the same time, he also entered a different space. The combination of both will help to quickly improve his cultivation. Big offering. Huang Wei greeted. Bo Sexy nodded slowly. You're here. Come in with me, Huang. Wei followed and walked in. Ahead is a huge blue door, exudes brilliant divine light. Bo Sexy injected divine power into the door, and the door slowly opened. It's very big inside. With a huge sea pool in the center, there is a huge blue trident with golden light standing on the sea pond. This is the Poseidon trident, and it is also Huang Wei's test target this time. Walking in front of the Poseidon trident, Huang Wei could sense the powerful divine power attached to it. Brilliant and vigorous, Huang Wei thought to himself. My strength is mainly for defense. I don't know if I can pull him out. But the next second, a trace of confident perseverance flashed through my heart. He must be able to do it. He must have absolute confidence in himself. If you don't have confidence in yourself, then you are useless. Huang Wei's face moved, and he summoned the martial soul black turtle, and the surging soul power spread out. Hold the Poseidon trident directly. Ah. Suddenly Huang Wei shouted. What's your name? Bo Sexy, who was standing aside to supervise the exam, was startled. Chapter 147. Huang Wei stopped shouting and said calmly, create the atmosphere. After all, it is an artifact. If I pull it out easily later, it will be embarrassing. Bo Sexy. He rolled his eyes and said, although you are ridiculously strong, this is a divine weapon. Even if I don't have Lord Poseidon's permission, I can't pull it out. Huang Wei asked, if that's the case, then why is it still testing me? If he allows me, I can pull it out immediately. If he doesn't, I won't be able to pull it out for the rest of my life. That's not the key. Start now and use your full strength. Bo Sexy said. Seeing that the other party was so ignorant, Huang Wei was too lazy to say anything more, or thought. 8 soul rings emerged. The mysterious turtle stands tall and powerful. Huang Wei raised his hand and tightly grasped the handle of the Poseidon trident. Use all your strength to get into it. Start pulling it up. The first stage was just a trial, and Huang Wei was a little surprised. This thing moved, but it didn't move completely. The second stage of swastika. The swastika runes were suspended in the air, and the mysterious power turned into snake-shaped energy bars, and entered Huang Wei's arms. What is this? When Bo Sexy saw the word swastika, he was stunned. Then he recalled in his mind that in the previous battle, Huang Wei's double dragon soul bone attack also had this word. Could this be his mysterious power? Bo Sexy thought to himself. The next moment, Huang Wei had already pulled out the Poseidon trident. Tossing it in the hand like a toy. Huang Wei said, it's okay. 108,000 kilograms is not as heavy as I thought. Bo Sexy, she was shocked, but speechless. Brilliant divine light bloomed from the Poseidon trident. The Poseidon trident pattern that appeared on Huang Wei's forehead was also glowing. Successfully pulled out the Poseidon trident and completed the 7th Poseidon test, obtained the approval of the Poseidon trident, and gained the authority to use the Poseidon trident. Affinity increased by 15%. The moment the voice sounded, the Poseidon trident held in Huang Wei's hand instantly became smaller. It became a little Poseidon trident weighing only 108 pounds. About the same size as an ordinary weapon. Bo Sexy came over. Congratulations, you have taken another step. At this moment, her expression was complicated and solemn. The other party has successfully completed 7 tests, so there are only 2 tests left. In the 9th test, she needed to sacrifice herself. This was the day of her death. This is also her period of liberation, the deadline for mission completion. The moment the Poseidon trident was pulled out, the entire Poseidon island was enveloped by a wave of divine energy. The phantoms of Poseidon's trident and Huang Wei appeared in the great enshrinement hall. It seems that he is telling the world that his status has been determined by 97%. Everyone in Poseidon Island knelt down on one knee. He has completed the 7th test, and the mission of making a great sacrifice is about to arrive. Among the 7 sacred pillars, Hailong and others looked in the direction of the enshrinement hall, showing sadness because they all know that the Poseidon's last test is to make a big sacrifice with his body. Huang Wei frowned and calmed down to think about it. It seemed that something was missing. The heart of Poseidon, the cover of the vast sea. I don't have this thing. How can I pull it out? Could it be that Poseidon guy let it slip? In fact, Bo Sexy has always had this doubt, but I can't figure it out. The 8th Poseidon test kill the deep sea demonic whale king alone and grant the martial soul the 9th soul ring. The time limit is 4 years. Reward: 30% Poseidon affinity. Increase the lifespan of all soul rings by 100,000 years. Chapter 186. Your future Poseidon. Huang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard the voice of the 8th test point finally come. Both Saixi and others also heard this sound. Suddenly he was stunned, killing the deep sea demonic whale king alone. Both Saixi looked at Huang Wei with an expression of disbelief. Although Huang Wei has the strength to defeat her, but killing the deep sea demonic whale king alone is still a bit too reluctant, right? After all, even if she wanted to kill the deep sea demonic whale king without the help of Poseidon's power, she couldn't do it. That guy is a million-year-old soul beast. Although he has not become a god, his strength is at least half the peak level. As long as the opponent can condense the position of godhead, he is guaranteed to be able to set foot on the god. It's a pity that the other party was born in the wrong era. The god realm of this era rejected the soul beast's path to becoming a god, and it could not go any further. Bo Saixi said slowly, the deep sea demonic whale king is a million-year-old soul beast after all. He is currently the strongest person in the sea area except me. If I don't use the power of the sea god, I can't defeat that guy. Bo Saixi looked at the Poseidon trident in Huang Wei's hand and said, but now that you have the Poseidon trident, you can mobilize part of the Poseidon's power in the sea. With your already strong strength, you should be able to deal with it without any problem. But suddenly, her face and tone changed, and she said seriously, no, you must succeed, and you are only allowed to succeed, and you are not allowed to fail. Because you are the successor to the throne of Poseidon. Huang Wei restrained the excitement in his eyes and nodded. Well, don't worry, I know the consequences of failure better than anyone else, and I will not fail. Bo Saixi nodded with satisfaction. The time limit here is 4 years. Within these 4 years, as long as you can kill the deep sea demonic whale king, if you want any other help, I will help you if I can. Do you have any head soul bones here? Huang Wei's eyes moved, thinking that he already had soul bones of his body and limbs. As long as you kill the deep sea demonic whale king, it can get the trunk bone, and then only a head soul bone will be left. As for the head soul bone, he remembered that there was one in Wuhan Palace, and that was the spiritual head soul bone that Tang Xin won after the competition in the original work, but he didn't like it, because the vintage was too low. Although it is possible that the turtle version can become growable, but who would want a lower one if it can be higher? So Huang Wei decided to give it a try. If it really doesn't exist, just absorb the Wuhan Palace piece. Hearing this, Bo Saixi looked into the Poseidon temple and said, yes, but I can't give it to you now. Those are 6 pieces of inherited soul bones. They are part of the Poseidon package. You need to complete the 9th test before you can wear them. If you don't worry, if you really can't find the head soul bone, you will still have it after merging with the Poseidon package. Huang Wei asked, I already have 4 soul bones in my body, can I still absorb all the Poseidon said soul bones? Bo Saixi shook his head, I don't know, because there has been no inheritance before you, and you are the only person I see who hopes to succeed. If even you can't succeed in inheriting the position of Poseidon, then I'm afraid no one in the future will succeed. Huang Wei said, I must succeed, so just wait until the day of absorption to produce the results. Bo Saixi asked, when are you planning to take the 8th test? Huang Wei showed an expectant smile. I can't wait any longer. How about going now? He has been waiting for this 9th soul ring for too long. I don't want to wait any longer. Bo Saixi was stunned. Are you so anxious? Bo Saixi kindly reminded that deep sea demonic whale king is no trivial matter and is not a joke. Then, does it have a divine status or divine personality? Huang Wei asked. Bo Saixi shook his head. No, this is Lord Poseidon's personal instruction. If so, Poseidon Island would suffer. Huang Wei asked again, then it can mobilize the power of God. Bo Saixi shook his head. Yes, because the soul power in it has been converted into 99.99% of the divine power. It only needs to add the last 1%, and it can really become a god. Its body strength has reached 90% of the divine body. It has the domain of the sea, and it is driven by the complementary soul core of yin and yang, and it has withstood 9 heavenly tribulations. Huang Wei knew about this thing in his previous life, but now he is not sure. The other party is indeed very powerful point. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the god realm on the Douluo plane, and soul beasts could not become gods, and had to transform into humans and train again, then the deep sea demon whale king would be the first soul beast to become a god. Moreover, the opponent's body does not have dragon blood, so he is already so awesome. But it has the ability to devour its enemies and make itself stronger, so the other party is really scary. You can mobilize your divine power, 99% of your divine body. Huang Wei automatically filtered the others and only selected these two. Bo Sexy said, well, the other party is a god without a godhead. It's not an exaggeration to call him that. One more thing, if you can find the lost heart of Poseidon, your chances of winning will be greater. Because Poseidon's heart is repressive to it. Bo Sexy once again revealed some important clues. Huang Wei was stunned. Heart of Poseidon isn't this thing the vast sea universe cover in the Xiandao Empire, just in the treasury. It is the national treasure of the Xiandao Empire. However, the other party still underestimated the deep sea demonic whale king. The materialized realm suppressed the vast sea universe barrier, and finally the Poseidon's heart was broken. Even with this Poseidon's heart, he can't defeat it without the help of God behind him. But I'm different. I'm taking the defensive route. Huang Wei thought to himself. At this moment, the voice of the system in his mind sounded, congratulations to the host for completing the 7th Poseidon test. The 9th Poseidon test is about to begin. As a systematic man, how can a person selected by the system be in such a mess? Now, distribute all the rewards from the 1st to the 7th test to the host. They have been converted into 7 gift packages. The host only needs to click silently to open them. Huang Wei was very happy. Then he looked at Bo Sexy with a thoughtful look and said, where is this Poseidon's heart? Bo Sexy shook his head. I don't know. He has been missing for a long time. Chapter 148. From a normal person's point of view, I would say that, but you are just talking nonsense. I want to go back to the mainland first. Can you help me? Huang Wei planned to use this as an excuse to receive the gift package, which was just the right thing to do. Bo Sexy said, yes, as long as you come back within 4 years and complete the mission. Huang Wei nodded. Let's set off now. Huang Wei took Xiao Bei and headed directly towards Hanhei City at high speed. Once it's delivered there, her mission is complete. Xiao Bei's voice rang out. Huang Wei, now you have completed the 7th test. You still have the last 2 tests left to become a god, but you must work hard. Huang Wei smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know what's going on. By the way, who are you? Xiao Bei asked curiously. This question has been bothering her for a long time, and she has always wanted to ask it. Huang Wei said, your future Lord Poseidon. New chapter 187. The eve of unification in Hanhei City. Huang Wei rented a suite after bidding farewell to Xiao Bei and couldn't wait to go in and lie down on the big bed. Click to receive the 7 gift packages. The gift package for the first test is to increase the training speed by 10%. The gift package for the second test was a random soul bone reward, and he drew a head soul bone with super growth characteristics and no age. The year is 0, and there are no soul bone skills, but it is very powerful and is the most suitable soul bone for Huang Wei. Huang Wei exploded instantly and jumped up from the bed. This is such a coincidence. Whatever is missing is what is coming. He was extremely excited. Although this thing has no year, it is produced by the system. Products produced by the system must be high quality products. Just the 4 words super growth are enough for Huang Wei to put it down. Continue to click on the 3rd test gift package. Obtained a chance to strengthen the soul bone of the whole body for 100,000 years. Click to use. This is good luck. Huang Wei did not click, but immediately sat cross-legged and absorbed the head soul bone that had just obtained the super growth buff. Because it is produced by the system and there is no year, it only took a moment for him to absorb it. Then I directly used this opportunity to upgrade. A light green energy enveloped him, and Huang Wei felt warm all over. Immediately, a terrifying power surged over him like a violent tide. There was a beam of light rising from his hands, feet and head. It's very much like the character upgrade seen in the game. Huang Wei clenched his fists. Now he felt that it would be very terrifying if all his power was unleashed. It is naturally higher than before. Continue to click on the fourth gift package. Get a tortoise shell enhancement. He was pleasantly surprised again. This is what he wants. If you upgrade again, you really want to be afraid of the deep sea demonic whale king who possesses 99.99% of the divine power. No hesitation. Upgrade. There was a buzz. The upgrade was successful. Continue to click on the fifth one. Get the critical hit rate upgraded to 100%. Huang Wei laughed. Hahaha. Although there were not many rewards before, it is enough now. There are 2 more. He clicked to open the 6th. Gained improved understanding of runes. Suddenly, a very mysterious understanding appeared in his mind. Commonly known as the pointers, that his IQ has become higher. The ability to understand has improved. This is also a big help to Huang Wei. Then comes the 7th gift pack point. That is the last one. This is totally a lottery ticket. Close your eyes and click on it. In his mind, a line of words appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the special talent fusion ring. Fusion ring. Huang Wei was stunned. Isn't this Huo Wu's ability? After reading it carefully, I learned that this fusion ring is not the fusion ring of Huo Wu. It is a modified version of the fusion ring that is most suitable for him. It is a fast, powerful, and efficient fusion ring. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Another big move. Although I haven't obtained the 9th soul ring yet, it doesn't hinder the implementation of my unification. I have returned to the mainland, so let's start the unification first. The Poseidon's heart is in the Xiandao Empire's royal treasury, so it's time to bring it over. In the original work, Tang Xin caused Poseidon's heart to be broken. If I don't break it now, can I eliminate the illusion test in the 9th test and directly inherit the position of Poseidon? Huang Wei muttered. So we set out. He left Anhei City that night. Returned to Wuhan Hall. At the same time, in the Wuhan Hall, everyone was still busy with their own affairs as always. Time flies and unknowingly 2 years have passed. I don't know what is going on with Xiao Wei. There has been no news. In a room, Bibi Dong was taking a bath, looking at the night scene outside the window, her eyes filled with thoughts. Although we know that the probability of something happening to Huang Wei is very slim. After all, that place is a sea area. I have to hurry up for my Rakshasa God exam. Once I become a god, Qianjia will pay all the price. Now that the secrets of all parties have been laid, when Xiao Wei returns, it will be the moment for me to unify the spirit hall. Rights, status, strength, I want them all. Bibi Dong said. A hint of evil flashed in her deep eyes. Greed and coldness. It was a red light. In her eyes was a black and ugly Rakshasa divine seal. When she got up, got dressed and went out, she saw a familiar person standing outside waiting for him. Xiao Wei? Bibi Dong's nerves returned to normal and she blinked. She thought the person in front of her was a figment of her imagination. Teacher, I'm back. Huang Wei said. After Bibi Dong was sure, she immediately showed a smile and walked up. It's really you. That's great. Come and tell me about your experience in the past 2 years. By the way, where did that guy Hu and I go? Huang Wei said. He is practicing in my space, so. The two of them chatted in the room. Huang Wei did not tell Bibi Dong everything. Instead, he told her some common and unusual things. True and false. False and true. True and false. False and true is the best result. Bibi Dong was in a good mood. Okay, it will be great if we can successfully obtain the inheritance of Poseidon Island. Our Wuhan palace tried to conquer each other before, but failed in the end. Now it's been won by my disciple, Xiao Wei. What are your plans next? Bibi Dong asked. Huang Wei said, we can begin the unification. Teacher, have you found the location of Haotian sect? Before I left, I made it clear that the Haotian sect is in the Star Luo Empire, especially those big mountains. Gaove needs to be the first target of the search. He looked at Bibi Dong, wanting this answer. When he found the other party, he would personally destroy the Haotian sect, capture Tang Xin and seal him. After he completed the 9th test and inherited the divine throne, he could kill the other party. As for the way of heaven, he will naturally not take it seriously when the time comes. Bibi Dong shook his head. In the past 2 years, I have been ordering people to search the mountains, valleys and other places in the Star Luo Empire, but I still have no confidence in finding the Haoshan sect. Are you sure that the hint given by the black turtle is accurate? Hearing this, Huang Wei frowned, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, but it quickly dissipated. Can't find this. Could it be that the other party moved after knowing the information? This is impossible. Could it be the way of heaven? Huang Wei said, if that's the case, then forget about it. Let all the people from the Wuhan Palace in the Star Luo Empire come back and wait to take over the territory of the Xiandao Empire. I can't wait any longer. This time I come back, at least let the Xiandao Empire, the sectors are unified and become the sectors of my spirit empire. Bibi Dong nodded. If that's the case, then let's destroy the Kibao glazed sect that supports the Xiandao Empire first. I also want to experience the power of those two Douluo. This time, I will personally lead the plan to destroy the 7 treasures glazed sect to ensure that it is absolutely flawless. Huang Wei nodded and agreed to this decision. Chapter 188. The plan is ahead of schedule and officially begins. The plan to usurp the throne is ahead of schedule. Chapter 149. In the Xiandao Empire's royal family and the Crown Prince's palace, Zuking had just received the latest information on the spirit hall from Snake Spear Douluo Shilong and opened it to take a look. How come it's so early? In the room, Zuking looked at Shilong in front of him. Here, there is absolutely no fear of anyone discovering his arrival, because everyone in the prince's palace has been secretly replaced by Kan Mimi as people from Wuhan Hall. In other words, they are all members of the family. There is nothing to be afraid of. Snake Spear Douluo Shilong said, the Holy Sun has returned from Poseidon Island. This is what he proposed. This time he will personally lead the team to destroy the Kibao glazed sect, the backer of the Xiandao Empire. After a pause, he continued, Miss, your mission is to cause the toxin hidden in Emperor Zuai's body to explode in advance. There is news from the Holy Sun that Douluo has been taken over by him and will not be saved by anyone. Huo who even saw that the eldest lady just needs to let go and do it. Kan Ringsu narrowed her eyes and said, no wonder I haven't been able to see Douluo recently. That guy Zuyi has also been more reserved recently. As expected, Douluo has disappeared as I guessed. Then, everything is easy to handle. The only titled Douluo in the Xiandao Empire is gone, so the plan to usurp the throne can be advanced. Let everyone in Wuhan Hall be on standby. The next good show will be staged in advance. After saying this, his whole aura instantly changed drastically. Yes. Snake Spear Douluo Shilong saluted with his hands raised. Then he turned around and left, disappearing into the darkness. A feast is about to take place. The next night, somewhere in the Xiandao Empire. Many spirit masters from the spirit hall have gathered here, all wearing black hooded robes. They all wore twisted masks that only exposed their eyes. The first people to come out were the newly promoted Douluo of Wuhan Palace, Salus Purple Soul Douluo, Huan Zenshan Xiang Douluo, and Tuabaxi Holy Dragon Douluo. The annihilation of the Kibao glazed sect this time is a great achievement for them, and they must go all out to not let the Wuhan Palace down. Logically speaking, it is a complete fantasy for this group of people to take down the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. After all, they are all low-level titled Douluo. With Ningfeng's his assistants, killing Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo was as easy as killing a chicken. However, times are different now and have changed. In front of them, there were 5 members. These 5 people are all headed by Huang Wei, and beside them is Huan Imilu. Then there are Hulina, Ziyu, and Yang. This time they also participated in the action, which was a real war experience for them. It means a lot to them. The 3 Douluo respectfully reported, Holy Sun, the personnel count has been completed. A total of 1000 soul masters have gathered. It was completely impossible for 1000 soul masters to take down the 7 treasures glazed sect, but the top brass of Wuhan Palace finally unanimously approved Huang Wei and Bibi Dong's decision. For no other reason than because Huang Wei showed strength that allowed them all to die easily. Very good. The night attack begins. Huang Wei nodded slightly, and the terrifying aura of a superior person was released from his body. Everyone looked stern. So scary, so strong. This Plan to destroy the tower can only succeed, not fail. Salsa. Sal at this time, a heavy downpour suddenly fell from the sky. But everyone ignored it. The soul barrier adheres to the whole body, blocking all raindrops. Everyone rushed towards the Kibeo glazed sect at night. The road they took was a forest road. This is also to minimize movement. 7. Treasures glazed sect. Without the help of tanks and hidden weapons this time, how long can you hold on? Can you still survive? Huang Wei looked in the direction of Kibeo glazed sect and smiled evilly. Apart from the first time, there were other Douluo following behind him, just in case something unexpected happened. And with Huang Wei's current mental strength, he could easily detect their following. So he immediately appeared and came to them. Two of them are Gui Mei and Yuguan, Kuang Shi and Li Huang. Their cultivation levels are not low. Holy Sun. The four of them said respectfully. Now they really admire Huang Wei, the Holy Sun, because the previous pressure is still fresh in their memory. Huang Wei said, "Four elders, wait a moment. You will go around the Kibeo glazed sect and release soul power to connect with each other to form a soul power barrier to seal off the entire Kibeo glazed sect. Don't let anyone escape. In fact, he can just enter the Kibeo glazed sect by himself and seal all those people. There is no need to go to so much trouble. But in this case, it lacks the sense of ceremony and is too boring. So he planned to give the opponent a chance to show off. Especially Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gurang. These two are also great fertilizers, but now he no longer needs the grass jelly, and it is of little use to use these two people as fertilizer. But think about it from another perspective. He needs to train the people around him. But it is impossible to have people or soul beasts make fertilizer every time. Otherwise the world will suffer. So improvise. He also has his own selfish motives. You've already been through it yourself, so there's no need to worry about how others are doing. Yes. The four of them nodded and immediately went to execute it. At the same time, in the Kibeo glazed sect. It's raining heavily tonight, and combined with the depressing atmosphere around you, it instantly gives people a not so good feeling. In the main hall, Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were gathered here at this moment. It hasn't rained for a long time, and it rained so hard all at once. Ning Fengzi walked to the door and sighed as he looked at the storm in front of him, his face not looking good. Gurong stepped forward with a nonchalant smile on his face. Fengzi, isn't it normal for the heavy rain to fall? The weather has been hot recently, and it's just the right time to cool down and feel comfortable. Chen Xin felt something. Ning Fengzi shook his head and said, I don't know why, but my heart is ups and downs. I always feel that a disaster will befall the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Chen Xin said, Fengzi, you must be too worried. Besides, even if a disaster strikes, we will still be there. Whether it is or not, let the disciples who are keeping watch at night pay more attention to their surroundings, and if they find anything wrong, report it immediately. Uncle Jan, Uncle Bone, you should also pay attention. My heart is really uneasy. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. Ning Fengzi looked at Chen Xin and Gurang with a serious face. Seeing this, Gurang also said solemnly, you know Fengzi, don't worry, we have put all our energy into it and are always paying attention to make you feel at ease. It is definitely you who are overly concerned. Don't worry. Chen Xin nodded solemnly and said, well, if anyone really dares to attack our Seven Treasures glazed sect, they will become the dead souls of my seven killing sword. The rain is getting heavier, the night wind blew, and almost everyone in the Kibeo glazed sect fell into a dream, thinking about tomorrow's things in their sweet dreams. Should I have rice rolls, or fried rice noodles for breakfast, or roasted goose powder? In the valley forest outside Kibeo glazed sect. With a thought, Huang Wei sealed all the people with martial spirits with a wave of his hand. Wait until it's in, and then release it. Because he could sense that Douluo's spiritual power was spreading throughout the Kibeo glazed sect, spreading towards this side. I have to say, it must be Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. He didn't want to alert the enemy. Since you have to do it, you have to do it perfectly. Chapter 189. The ring fusion is so fierce. Is this usually the case? Aren't you tired from spreading mental power inspection at night? Huang Wei frowned and said. So he set off and walked directly forward. He uses teleportation. I originally wanted to find a leak, but found that there wasn't one. Suddenly, he saw not far ahead, disciples of the Kibeo glazed sect patrolling the surrounding forest. As soon as Huang Wei moved, he immediately killed them all. Clear the crime scene and the income space. Wait until 12 o'clock. Seeing that the other party's mental energy has been diverted, Huang Wei quickly rushed towards the Kibeo glazed sect. Gurong said, "It will be fine. Old swordsman, you can go and rest. I will just stay here and keep watch. Look, I'll meditate here for a while." Chen Xin also thinks that Ning Fengzi is too preoccupied. Although the world is not peaceful now, there are no people except Wuhan Palace who want to take action against Kibeo glazed sect. And they have not yet broken up with Wuhan Palace, and with the Xiandao Empire here, it is naturally impossible for them to come all the way to attack their 7 treasures glazed sect. So I started meditating. While they were talking, the disciples watching at the gate of Kibeo glazed sect square saw a black shadow appearing below. Shouted, "Who is it?" The other guards also reacted. Looked over but nothing was seen. "There's no one around. What are you yelling about?" The captain who arrived saw that the surroundings were as calm as ever, with nothing but heavy rain. "Captain, I just saw a dark shadow," the man said solemnly. "But there really is nothing down there." Black shadow. Where did the dark shadow come from? You are confused. Chapter 150. He is right. There is indeed a dark shadow, but at this moment, a strange voice appeared. Everyone looked over. I thought it was one of my own. But the next second, "That's right, it's him." The man pointed over. But the next second, when everyone was about to take action, Huang Wei directly took them into the space. The figure also fell on the main square. There is no one here except him now. After talking to Chen Xin, Gurong once again used his mental power to scan the entire Kibeo glazed sect. How could someone come in? He murmured. But the next second, everything was bad. Because all the guards guarding the Kibeo glazed sect were gone. And in the main square, a black figure appeared. This figure waved his hand, and a group of people appeared. 4 of them flew directly outside the Kibeo glazed sect and displayed their soul power. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes suddenly opened. No, someone has invaded the Kibeo glazed sect. Chen Xin woke up from meditation and frowned. "What did you say?" He immediately used his mental power to sweep across. His expression changed. Look at each other. "You go inform Fengzi, and I'll go out and see who dares to come here." Sword Dao Luo Chen Xin said in a deep voice. "Okay." Gurong nodded and immediately went to execute it. Chen Xin soared into the sky and flew directly towards the main square. At this moment, there is a group of people in Dagwon. This group of people was released by Huang Wei. Under the leadership of Salus 3 Douluo, they launched a high attack on the Kibeo glazed sect. In an instant, everyone in the Kibeo glazed sect woke up from their slumber. The 4 people at Yiguan have set up soul barriers to prevent anyone from getting out. Now you can only enter, but not exit. The Kibeo glazed sect howled incessantly. So a counterattack began. But it's a pity that there are 3 soul titled Douluo here, and their attacks are completely childish. Bastard thing. 1. Giant returns to the clan. Die. At this moment, Chen Xin was furious and directly unfolded the 7 killing sword of Wuhan and killed those people. The sword rain filled the sky, and he couldn't care about everyone. Soon Ning Fengzi, led by Gurong, had arrived behind Chen Xin. Not daring to be negligent, he instantly displayed the 7 treasures glazed sect's true form, attaching sword Douluo and bone Douluo. The power of the sword rain instantly became more powerful. At this time, Huang Wei's figure appeared. He raised his hand and pointed, and a turtle shell energy instantly amplified, blocking all the sword rain. What? Chen Xin and the other 3 looked shocked. The opponent of the 3 of you is me. Huang Wei walked out slowly. The moment he raised his hand, 8 red 100,000-year-old soul rings appeared on his body, and a huge black turtle stood tall against the sky and the ground. A wave of coercion was instantly suppressed within the Kibeo glazed sect. The disciples were suppressed instantly, and then died under the hunting of the others. Martial Soul Hall. Looking at the disciples being hunted, Ning Fengzi and others shouted angrily. The gentleman from before was completely gone. Quickly, leave with Feng Zhi, and I'll open this damn soul barrier for you. Chen Xin looked at Gurong and said, "Don't waste your efforts. No one in your Kibao glazed sect can escape today." In the sea of fire and the river of blood, Huang Wei and others stepped over after the angry Chen Xin and Gurong activated their martial soul true forms. They directly displayed their 9th soul skill point. It blasted towards Huang Wei point. Although he was shocked by the 800,000 year soul rings on Huang Wei's body, he didn't have time to appreciate them. If someone else came, it would be easy to say that they were not enemies. But now it is not only the enemy, but this enemy has also invaded the sect and killed many disciples of the sect, so naturally it cannot be tolerated. It must be destroyed as quickly as possible. Huang Wei smiled. "I'm just using you to test the power of my newly learned skills." He raised his hand and said, "Ring Huan." The 8 soul rings on his body merged quickly, and the shining energy quickly formed a dazzling red light. A huge black turtle soared into the sky and blasted directly towards Gurong and Chen Xin's ultimate move point. The booming explosion sounded at this moment point spread out an unparalleled shockwave point in just an instant. The combined ultimate attacks of Chen Xin and Gurong were swallowed up by this move. It blasted directly towards the two of them. The speed was so fast that there was no time to dodge. There was a loud rumbling sound, the sky was shaking, and the terrifying energy wavelength instantly covered the Kibao glazed sect in front point just now. Huang Wei's mind selected the person in that direction of Wuhan Palace and brought them into the space point of void. Being part of this explosion point after a brief wailing, everyone became quiet point. The people on Huang Wei's side were all protected by turtle shells and did not suffer any injuries. What? A terrifying blow. The 8 titled Douluo, Yuguan, Ghost, Mad Lion, Nhuang, Malu, Salus, Tuobazi, and Hu Yansen all swallowed their saliva and felt deeply frightened point in response. Their hearts trembled point. They would certainly die if they were hit point. The smoke from the explosion dissipated point. Huang Wei looked ahead point. The power of the explosion also broke through the soul power barrier that the 4 Yuguan people had jointly set up point. The sound of violent explosions here was also heard point in front of everyone. There was a huge crater of ruins steaming point. In addition, there is carbon forming soil point. They just don't see the dusty heart. Gurong and Ningfeng caused them. The rest of the people who were still alive, dead, disabled, and members of the Kibao glazed sect were also missing. Even the main hall of Kibao glazed sect is gone. I didn't expect it to be so violent. There's nothing left. What? A pity for so many valuable things and such a beautiful place. Huang Wei removed the protective shield and side point. Then he said to the others, "Go and see if there is anything valuable. If not, go back. The Xiandao Empire should be almost done." Yes. Chapter 190. The martial spirit empire emerges at the same time that the Kibao glazed sect was killed. Within the Xiandao Empire, the sleeping Emperor Zuai suddenly suffered from toxins in his body. I felt extremely uncomfortable, instantly became weak, and looked pale. Puff, what's going on? I'm poisoned. Emperor Zuai covered his chest and abdomen, vomiting blood with a twisted and ferocious look on his face. Could it be the dinner we had tonight? Impossible. What kind of poison is it that is taking effect now? Someone come, dragging his painful body. Emperor Zuai crawled from the bed towards the door in front point, unable to shout loudly. I could only shout in a low voice point. The guards waiting outside the door fell into a deep sleep and fell to the ground one by one. Immediately afterwards, the door to the bedroom was opened. Emperor Zuyi, who originally thought he saw hope, saw that the person coming in was Zuking, and there was also a strange man following him. He didn't have time to ask who the strange man was now. He could only look at Zuking and shouted, "My son, save me, someone has poisoned me." Zu King showed a strange smile, and a golden light appeared on his body. After the light dissipated, Zuking, who was originally a boy, turned into a girl. Emperor Zuyi's eyes suddenly shrank, and his expression changed drastically. "Who are you?" Emperor Zuai, this should be familiar to you, right? A token appeared in Kyan Rinx's hand, with 3 words written on it. Marshal Soul Hall. My son, is he dead? Are you the spirit hall in disguise? Emperor Zuai understood everything, and suddenly felt extremely sad, shouting with all his strength, "Deadpool!" Zu King's cold voice sounded, "Don't waste your energy. Those people are all dead. No one can come to save you tonight." The Xiandao Empire will soon belong to my spirit hall. A flash of light flashed, and Emperor Zhuai died completely. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Immediately afterwards, the people from the Wuhan Palace, who were lurking in the royal family, quickly took action. Among them, the demon-conquering Douluo was sent from the Enshrinement Palace to help out and quickly killed the important figures in the royal family. For example, Snowstar, Zubeng and others were also killed quickly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.